Start here. Overview. Welcome to the beginning of your Bio-Codex journey. This section contains the essential tools for navigating the levels and understanding the core philosophy. Introduction: the why and the science of the Bio-Codex. User Guide: how to navigate and apply the teachings to your life. Main map: back to the Master Index. The ancient Vedic scriptures are not just religious history. They are a biological manual, Bio-Codex, for the human system. Welcome to the Bio-Codex. This journey is designed to decode the profound wisdom of the Vedas, Rig, Samar, Yajur, Atharva, into practical, actionable instructions for 21st century health, immunity, and consciousness. The core premise: the standing wave model. In the Bio-Codex, the human system is viewed as a standing wave of consciousness. We are not trying to escape the body, we are tuning it to act as a receiver, antenna, for the highest frequencies. The crown, level 5, is not the exit, but the input. The foundation, level 1, is the grounding. If the ground is weak, the high-voltage energy of consciousness cannot be sustained, leading to biological short circuits like anxiety and burnout. We view the human system through the 5 Koshas. Annamaya, the foundation, the physical hardware, environment, and Artha, resources. Spirituality begins with stability. Pranamaya, the flow, the breath cycle, Trimurti, that animates the hardware. Manomaya, the detox, the mental defense, Gita, that clears the static from the system. Vijnanamaya, the knowledge, the emotional neurochemistry, Leela, that turns the system to joy. Anandamaya, the Ascension, the quantum state of union where the antenna is fully tuned. Why the Bio-Codex? In a world of information overload, we often lose sight of the first principles of health. By returning to the Vedic roots, we find a system that has stood for thousands of years not as a relic of the past, but as a blueprint for the future. This blog is organized as a fractal tree. You can start at any level, but we recommend building from the roots up. Are you ready to begin? Start with the user guide to learn how to navigate this journey, or dive straight into 0.1 Vastu Shastra. The Bio-Codex is. This blog is organized as a fractal tree. You can start at any level, but we recommend building from the roots up. Are you ready to begin? Start with the user guide to learn how to navigate this journey, or dive straight into 0.1 Vastu Shastra. The Bio-Codex is designed as a modular journey. Depending on your current state of being, you may want to focus on different levels or koshas. This guide helps you identify your starting point. Which level do you need? You feel physically sick or suffer from chronic fatigue. You are under financial stress or your business is struggling, Artha imbalance. Your environment is chaotic or disorganized, Vastu issue. You feel unplugged or ungrounded from the earthly resources. Chapter Focus: 0.1 Vastu Shastra, 0.2 Ayurvedic Diet. You feel stressed, anxious, or stagnant. You feel disconnected from your breath or your physical body. You want to understand the energetic flow of life. Chapter Focus: 0.1 Breath Pranamaya, 0.2 Asana Flow. Start at Level 3, Manomaya, if you are fighting internal demons, addiction, distraction, self-doubt. You want to improve your focus and immune resilience. You are in the middle of a conflict or healing crisis. Chapter Focus: 0.1 Gita Decoded, 0.2 Mind Detox. Start at Level 4, Vijnanamaya, if you are seeking deeper meaning and emotional healing. You want to understand the neurochemistry of joy and story. You feel a call toward rejuvenation and radical rest. Chapter Focus: 0.1 Emotional Healing, 0.2 Krishna Leela. Start at Level 5, Anandamaya, if you ready for the quantum expansion. You want to experience pure states of meditation and bliss. You are curious about the intersection of physics and ancient Vedas. Chapter Focus: 0.1 Mantra Curtain, 0.3 Quantum Vedas. Each level is color-coded to make your navigation intuitive. Level 1, Earth, large red circle red or brown. Level 2, Water, large blue circle orange, blue. Level 3, Fire, yellow or gold. Level 4, Air, green or emerald. Level 5, Ether, indigo or violet. The Bio-Codex is not just for reading, it is for active implementation. Every chapter contains biohacks or action steps. We recommend picking one and mastering it before moving to the next layer. Do not try to solve Level 5 problems with Level 1 tools. Find your layer and begin the work. 1 Foundation Annamaya. 1.0 Introduction: The Solid Foundation. A house is only as strong as its foundation. A human system is only as high-performing as its biological hardware. The Annamaya Architecture. The Annamaya Koshas is the physical sheath. In the Bio-Codex, this is the hardware of your life. It includes your bones, muscles, gut microbiome, and the environment that surrounds you. The Petri dish. You are a biological culture. If the medium, your environment, is toxic, the culture, you, cannot thrive. Matter as information. At this level, we treat food, light, and geometry as data that programs your cells. The goal of foundation. Level 1 is about maintenance and stability. The Vastu of space, designing your home and office to align with Earth's magnetic and solar grids. The alchemical diet, treating food as software that either repairs or degrades your system. The biological temple, engineering your anatomy for maximum strength and zero friction movement. We will explore how to build the perfect Petri dish and program your daily rhythms to achieve ultimate biological resilience. 1.1 Vastu Shastra, designing your biological Petri dish. Spirituality begins with a successful foundation. If your resources are scarce, your amygdala remains in fight or flight. Vastu is the science of securing the Artha, resources, so the system can finally say, "Do not fear." This chapter explores the spatial logic of the Bio-Codex, treating your environment as a biological petri dish that determines the growth of your consciousness. 1.1.1 Introduction: The Biological Petri Dish. Spirituality begins with a successful foundation. If your resources are scarce, your amygdala remains in fight or flight. Vastu is the science of securing the Artha, resources, so the system can finally say, "Do not fear." The body field, Krishna in Gokul. In the Vrindavan of the heart, the story of Krishna begins not on a mountaintop, but in a simple village of cowherds Gokul. This represents the Annamaya kosher, physical body, and the immediate environment. The field of play, Leela. Your home and workspace are the field where consciousness descends. If the field is toxic, the divine spark cannot grow. Neutralizing the demons. Just as Krishna neutralized the demons, Putanar, Trinavartar, in his childhood, Vastu neutralizes spatial demons' chaotic energy, stagnant corners, and misaligned flows that trigger the amygdala. The standing wave model. Your home is not a static box, it is a standing wave of energy. We do not seek to leave the body, we seek to tune it as a biological antenna. The hub, Shiva, the center of your space, Brahmastan, is the Nirguna hub, the steady, silent potential. The dance, Shakti, the 8 directions of the Shakti dancing around that hub. The grounding, the crown, level 5, is the input antenna. Vastu ensures the grounding, level 1, is so stable that the system can receive high-frequency grace without short-circuiting the nervous system. Artha, the foundation of non-fear. A primary goal of the Annamaya kosher, physical layer, is to provide Artha, resources and wealth. Amygdala safety. When your business is failing or your space is chaotic, your lizard brain is trapped in survival mode. You cannot reach the higher states of love and union while the amygdala is screaming fear. Success as service. Building a successful business is the first act of yoga. It provides the prasadam, nourishment, that stabilizes the foundation. We map this journey through the 8-phase Vastu business cycle and the 7 stages of business mastery, securing the perimeter so the inner journey can begin. 1.1.2 Northeast, the seed of life and resource gathering. The Northeast, NE, known in Vastu as the Ishan corner, is the most spiritually and energetically powerful area of your environment. Symbolizing the element water, it governs the Pranamaya kosher, the vital energy body. The prana water dynamic. Water is the element that nourishes, cleanses, and sustains life. In the Bio-Codex, water is a conduit for prana, life force. The unmanifested potential. Water represents the fluidity needed for growth. It is the invisible seed, the potential that lies beneath the surface, awaiting the right conditions to flourish. Divine alignment. This direction is associated with Brahman, supreme consciousness, and Ganesha, the remover of obstacles. By clearing the Northeast, you ensure that the input of data and resources into your system is pure. Business lens. The Artha seeding phase. In the 8-phase business cycle, the Northeast is the point of resource gathering. The funding stage. This is where you gather initial resources, seek inspiration, and form the foundational vision. Without a clear Northeast, your business lacks the prana to grow. Initial orders. Just as water initiates the sprout, the northeast is where the first orders or opportunities enter the field. Market research and inspiration. This is not the phase for action, but for receptivity. It is where you receive the market's needs and align them with your capabilities. The ritual of clarity. In the Ramayana, sacred rivers like the Ganges were used to purify both body and soul before any great endeavor. Implementation. Ensure the northeast corner of your workspace is open, clean, and perhaps features a water element. This signals to your nervous system that the field is safe and open for new input. Mental protocol. Use this corner of the mind for meditation and goal setting. When the northeast is cluttered, the mind becomes heavy, and the amygdala perceives a lack of resources, triggering survival tension. The Bio-Codex key. Clear the northeast to turn survival panic into sustained inspiration. 1.1.3 East. The awakening mind and transformation. The East represents the dawning of new beginnings, the point where light breaks over darkness and potential energy stirs into action. Here, the elements of water and fire merge, creating a powerful point of transformation. The Manomaya awakening. In the framework of the Pancha Koshas, the East aligns with the Manomaya kosha, the mental body. It represents our intellect, thoughts, and the birth of strategy. The dawn of resolve. As the sun rises in the east, the mind awakens to new possibilities. The water from the northeast, resources, is now met with the spark of fire, consciousness. Creating the blueprint. This is where business lens, strategic growth and innovation. The east is the phase of planning and concept development. The blueprint. After gathering resources in the NE, you must now shape them into a vision. In a startup, this is moving from funding to prototype. Market insight. This direction governs how you are perceived by the outside world. It is the face you present to your market. Innovation. It is the spark of creative problem-solving. A blocked east leads to tunnel vision and a failure to adapt to market changes. The Rama strategy. In the Ramayana, the east is where Rama's resolve takes shape. His journey from prince to hero is marked by moments of clarity and decision-making. Implementation. Use the eastern part of your space for brainstorming, writing, and strategic meetings. Highlight levels and open views are essential to stimulate the sun energy of the intellect. Mental protocol. Start your day facing east to align your internal narrative with the rising solar frequency. This resets the biological clock, circadian rhythm, ensuring your hormonal fire is timed for peak performance. The Bio-Codex key. Use the east to transform raw data into actionable strategy. 1.1.4 Southeast. The forge of action. The Southeast, SE, is the stage of action. It is the direction of fire, Agni, where the plans formed in the east are ignited into reality. This is the crucible of the Manomaya kosha, where mental will is stoking the biological engine. The yajna of work. In Vedic thought, work is seen as a yajna, sacred fire ritual. You offer your time, energy, and materials, bogar, into the fire of action to produce a refined outcome, prasadam. The transformative heat. Fire doesn't just burn, it refines. The southeast is where raw materials become finished value. Sustaining the spark. It is not enough to start. You must maintain the heat. This direction is associated with Vishnu in his role as the sustainer, ensuring the effort is consistent and purposeful. Business lens, production and execution. In the Artha cycle, the southeast is the production phase. The factory floor. This is where the work gets done. Whether you are coding, manufacturing, or writing, the southeast is the machine room of your business. Efficiency and discipline. Because fire can be chaotic, the southeast requires strong discipline. Without focus, the fire of the business can burn out or become destructive. Burnout as stress. Liquidity. Fire is also linked to cash flow. A healthy southeast ensures that the conversion of resources into value happens quickly and efficiently, maintaining liquid energy in the system. The protocol of effort. Just as the Pandavas performed yajnas to refine their strength, you must treat your execution phase with ritualistic focus. Implementation. This is the ideal place for kitchen, biological fuel, or heavy machinery, business production. In an office, it should be high energy and focused. Mental protocol. When in southeast mode, avoid distraction. This is the time for deep work, the pure application of will to matter. The Bio-Codex key. Master the southeast to turn effort into tangible value. 1.1.5 South. Stability and scaling. The south, S, is the direction of growth. Here, the fire of transformation from the southeast meets the stability of the earth. It is where the sprout from the east becomes a tree, providing shade and fruit. The preservation of momentum. The south is governed by Vishnu, the preserver. While the southeast is about the act of creation, the south is about the permanence of that creation. Dynamic balance. The intense fire of action is now grounded into the earth. This prevents the system from overheating and allows for sustained, long-term expansion. Biological density. The south corresponds to the Annamaya kosher, physical body, reaching its peak maturity. It is the summer phase full of energy but requiring constant nourishment. Business lens, expansion and market share. In the Artha cycle, the south represents scaling. The growth engine. This is where you focus on increasing production capacity, expanding your customer base, and growing your market share. Sustainability. It's not just about growing fast, it's about growing strong. The south provides the gravitas and reputation, fame, that allows a business to dominate its niche. Social impact. As the business grows, it begins to influence the community. The south is the direction of social status and the hero's journey in the eyes of the public. The hero's standing wave. In the Mahabharata, the south is often associated with the realm of Dharma and the ancestors. It is where you face your results. Implementation. This direction should be heavy and grounded. Use it for storage, heavy furniture, or rooms that require focus and stability, executive offices. Mental protocol. Focus on legacy. Ask, is my work sustainable? Will it survive the next season? Use the south frequency to build the confidence, the standing wave, needed to lead others. The Bio-Codex key. Ground your fire in the south to turn growth into dominance. 1.1.6 Southwest, the gateway of completion. The southwest, SW, is the direction of separation and completion. Dominating the element of earth, it is the Niriti or ancestral corner. This is where the energy that has been nurtured reaching its zenith begins its transition into the final harvest. The Rudra Shiva frequency. The southwest is overseen by Rudra, Shiva, in his role as the destroyer of the old to make way for the new. The sifting process, like the agricultural cycle, the southwest is the harvest. You must separate the finished grain from the husk, waste. Detachment and release. To move forward, you must let go of what is no longer productive. This is the realm of the Annamaya kosher completing its material mission. Stability of the root. This is the heaviest point of the Vastu mandala. It provides the foundation from which the antenna, level 5, can reach upward. Business lens, quality control and profit extraction. In the Artha cycle, the southwest is the completion and debrief phase. Separation of value. This is where you calculate margins, extract profit, and identify what parts of the process were waste. The finished product. The work is done. The product is ready for the world. In this phase, you are no longer creating, you are finalizing. Eliminating inefficiency. Just as Shiva dissolves the cosmos, you must dissolve underperforming departments, bad habits, and toxic partnerships in this phase. The protocol of finality. In the Mahabharata, the end of the battle required a cleansing of the field. Without the southwest energy, you remain trapped in a loop of endless creation without ever profiting. Implementation. This should be the heaviest, most closed part of the house. Master bedrooms or storage for fixed assets are ideal here. Mental protocol. Practice radical audit. Identify one thing in your life that is waste and release it. This clears the biological field for a new cycle of prana in the northeast. The Bio-Codex key. Clear the southwest to transform busy work into realized profit. 1.1.7 Northwest. The current of distribution. The northwest, is the direction of air, Vayu. It governs movement, communication, and the flow of finished value into the world. It is the bridge between your internal petri dish and the external marketplace. The Vayu flow. Air is the medium through which we breathe and share life. In the northwest, it signifies the circulation of resources. The connecting breath. Just as air connects the lungs to the atmosphere, the northwest connects your business to your customers. Flexibility and change. Air is never static. This direction requires the ability to pivot and adapt to the winds of the market. Vijnanamaya intellect. This direction begins to tap into the Vijnanamaya kosher, the intellectual body, the wisdom needed to communicate value effectively. Business lens. Sales, marketing and logistics. In the Artha cycle, the northwest is the distribution phase. The sales engine. This is the corner of the cellar. If this direction is blocked, your products will sit on the shelves, and your ideas will never leave your head. Communication channels. The northwest governs your social media, your networking, and your pitch. It is the force that carries your seed to new soil. The fulfillment loop. This is where you deliver on your promises. Logistics, shipping, and customer service live here. The Hanuman intelligence. The northwest is associated with Hanuman, Viyuputra, the son of the wind. Hanuman represents the perfect servant, a messenger swift, loyal, and capable of leaping over oceans. Implementation. This is the ideal place for a guest room or a logistics hub. In an office, it should be the marketing or sales department. Mental protocol. Move. Stasis is the enemy of the northwest. If you are stuck in a business problem, physically move to the northwest or go for a walk to reset the air element in your system. The Bio-Codex key. Master the northwest to turn solid value into social momentum. 1.1.8 North, the treasury of rest. The north, N, is the direction of rest, renewal, and wealth. In Vastu, this is the realm of Kubera, the treasurer of the gods, and Ganeshar, the remover of obstacles. It represents the culmination of the work cycle, the winter phase, where energy returns to the source. The Kubera-Ganeshar nexus. The north is governed by water and air, creating a cooling, restorative frequency. The vault as source. We often think of wealth as action, but in Vastu, wealth is potential. The north is the vault where the profits are stored so they can become the seeds for the next cycle. Spiritual replenishment. This is the realm of the Vijnanamaya and Anandamaya Koshas. After the detox of work, the soul returns here to find inner peace and refill the tank. Business lens. Profit management and strategic rest. In the Artha cycle, the north is the rest and treasury phase. The profit center. This is where you count the gold. It is the accounting department, the part of the business that ensures the resources are safe and ready for the next investment. The strategic pause. A business that never rests will burn out. The north is the annual review, the quiet time when you reflect on the lesson of the season. Sustainability. Like the winter soil, the north provides the nutrients for next spring. If you don't rest in the north, your next sprout in the northeast will be weak. The protocol of silence. Just as the earth rests under snow, your nervous system requires a north frequency to reset the amygdala. Implementation. This should be open, clean, and associated with treasure. Safe deposit boxes, mirrors, reflecting wealth, and accounting desks should stay here. Mental protocol. Practice deep reflection. Use this direction for the Sabbath, a 24-hour period where you stop doing and start being. This allows the biological petri dish to recalibrate. The Bio-Codex key. Master the north to turn wealth into freedom. 1.1.9 The center. The axis of harmony. The center, Brahmastan, is the most critical point of the Vastu mandala. It is not a direction, but the 0 point, the epicenter that governs the flow of all other directions. It represents the element of ether, akasho. The heart of the petri dish. Just as the heart is the central organ of the body, the Brahmastan is the core of your environment. The hub of stillness. While the 8 directions of the dance, Shakti, the center is the hub, Shiva. It is the place of absolute silence and equilibrium. The Anandamaya core. It aligns with the Anandamaya kosher, the body of bliss. It is the antenna's base. If the center is heavy, the entire system becomes compressed and the antenna breaks. Business lens. Core values and vision. In the Artha cycle, the center represents the mission statement. The decision-making core. Every action in the 8 directions must return to the center for alignment. If your sales, northwest, or production, SE, doesn't align with your core values, center, the business will lose its integrity and fail. The 0 point of leadership. A leader must occupy the center. They do not get pulled into the drama of the directions. They stay centered, observing the cycle. Strategic alignment. This is where you check. Is my wealth, north, serving my purpose, center? The protocol of the void. In architecture, the Brahmastan should be open to the sky, if possible, or at least free of columns, heavy walls, and clutter. Implementation. Keep the center of your home and office open. Avoid walking paths that cut directly through it if you can. Instead, let the energy circulate. Mental protocol. Practice stillness. Find the center in your body, the space between breaths. This is where the standing wave originates. The Bio-Codex key. Occupy the center to transform chaos into divine order. 1.2 Ayurvedic diet. Food is information, not just fuel. In the Bio-Codex, you don't burn calories, you process data. Your diet is the primary input script for your Annamaya kosher. If the input is corrupt, the entire system crashes. This chapter explores how to program your biology through nutrition, mapping the evolution of your tissues to the strategy of your business. 1.2.1 Introduction. Food is information. In the Bio-Codex, you don't burn calories, you process data. Your diet is the primary input script for your Annamaya kosher. If the input is corrupt, the entire system crashes. The Biological Petri Dish, Part 2. If Vastu Shastra, Chapter 1, is about the environment, the dish itself, then the Ayurvedic diet is about the nutrients we drip into that dish. We move from the space we occupy to the substances we embody. Food as data. Every meal is a set of instructions. It tells your DNA whether to express health or inflammation. We do not eat for cravings, the lizard brain's voice. We eat for strategic alignment. The goal of nutrition. In the Bio-Codex, the goal of eating is not just survival, but the creation of ojas, the biological liquid gold that allows the nervous system to handle high-frequency spiritual energy without burning out. The Artha first connection. We cannot talk about food without talking about Artha, resources. The clean diet is a luxury. Many believe a perfect diet is only for the wealthy. We flip this logic. A perfect diet is the foundation of wealth. Bio-independence. To build a business that serves the world, you must first have a body that doesn't betray you. We will explore how the 7 dhatus, biological tissues, mirror the 7 stages of business mastery, ensuring that both your body and your bank account are built from the same sustainable substance. 1.2.2 The Artha Shield. Mapping biology to business. In the Bio-Codex, your body and your business are 2 sides of the same standing wave. To have a stable spirit, you must have a stable foundation, Artha. We map the biological evolution of your tissues, 7 dhatus, directly to the 7 stages of business mastery. The 7-layer architecture. Ayurveda teaches that food is transformed over 30 days into 7 distinct layers of tissue. If the first layer is weak, the final seed, chakra, will be hollow. Your business follows the exact same cellular logic. Stage. Business phase. Biological dhatu. Description. Survival. Rasa, plasma. The first absorption. In business, this is initial cash flow. If you can't absorb resources, the system dies. Momentum. Rakta, blood. The distribution of oxygen. This is sales activity, keeping the energy moving through the organism. Presence. Mamsar, muscle. The strength and structure. This is your market presence and the willpower to execute. Trust. Medders, fat. The insulation and lubrication. This is reputation and brand. It protects you during lean times. Communication. Asti, bone. The skeletal frame. This is your core infrastructure and internal communication, the rules that hold you up. Insight. Majjur, marrow. The nervous system and marrow. This is strategic insight and the ability to process data at deep levels. Thrive. Chakra, seed. The reproductive power. This is legacy and scale, the ability for your business to create life of its own. The Artha shield logic. The amygdala, your lizard brain, is constantly scanning for threats. If your Artha, resources, isn't stable, the amygdala stays in high alert. This blocks the higher functions of the neocortex. The protective layer. Achieving business mastery is not about greed. It is about building a biological shield so your nervous system can finally relax into spiritual practice. Wealth as prana. When your business reaches stage 7, chakra, it becomes an engine of grace. You are no longer working for dirt, survival. You are working for ojas, contribution. Implementation. The diet of a builder. To build a stage 7 business, you must eat to support the development of all 7 dhatus. This means avoiding energy spikes, sugar or caffeine that crash the system and instead choosing sustained fuels, building foods that allow for long-term strategic thinking. The Bio-Codex key. Nourish your tissues to stabilize your empire. 1.2.3 The candle metaphor. Dasars in life and work. Your biology and your business are governed by 3 forces: Vata, movement; Pitta, transformation; and Kapha, structure. To understand the balance, imagine a burning candle. The triple dynamic. The state of your health and your success depends on how these 3 forces interact. Kapha, the wax, the solid infrastructure. In the body, your bones, muscles, and fat. Your physical stamina. In business, your capital, your warehouse, your systems. Imbalance. Too much Kapha leads to stagnation and a heavy business that can't pivot. Too little leads to fragility, your flame has no fuel. Pitta, the flame, the digestive fire, Agni. In the body, metabolism, hormone regulation, and intelligence. In business, sales, marketing, and decisive action. The burn. Imbalance. Too much Pitta leads to burnout, anger, and a toxic culture. Too little leads to indigestion, you have great ideas but can't close a sale. Vata, the wind, the movement and communication. In the body, breath, circulation, and the nervous system. In business, networking, innovation, and digital strategy. Imbalance. Too much Vata leads to chaos, pivoting too fast, lack of focus, and anxiety. Too little leads to irrelevance, your business is a static box that nobody knows about. The Prakriti of a leader. Every person has a unique ratio of these 3 forces, their Prakriti. The Vata visionary needs a Kapha manager to keep them grounded. The Pitta producer needs a Vata strategist to see the obstacles they are charging through. The Kapha foundation needs a Pitta spark to move into action. Implementation, balancing the dasars on the plate. To calm Vata, anxiety, chaos, Eat warm, heavy, oily foods. Root vegetables. Ground yourself. To cool pitter, burnouty anger. Eat sweet, bitter, and cooling foods. Avoid stimulants and excessive heat. To activate karfir, stagnation or slowness. Eat light, spicy, and bitter foods. Move. Use heat to melt the wax. The Bio-Codex key. Manage your dosers to stabilize the biological candle of your life. 1.2.4 Agni and Amar, the CPU and the system clog. In the Bio-Codex, your stomach is not just a pouch. It is your central processing unit, CPU. The strength of your Agni, digestive fire, determines whether you extract gold from your environment or create sludge, Amar. Agni, the gatekeeper of integrity. Agni is the power of transformation. It's what turns the outside world into your world. Deep integration. When Agni is strong, you digest not only food but also your emotions and experiences. You are clear. The 4 states of Agni. Sarmar, balanced efficient processing. Visharmar, irregular, Vartar, gas, bloating, and anxious digestion. Tikshnar, sharp, pitter, acidity, hunger pangs, and anger. Mandar, slow, karfir, heaviness, lethargy, and lack of appetite. Amar, the biological malware. When your Agni is weak, you produce Amar, undigested, toxic biological waste. System latency. Amar acts like malware. It clogs your biological channels, srotors, slowing down communication between your brain and your organs. The root of disease. Inflammation is the heat of the immune system trying to burn away Amar. Business Amar. In business, Amar is administrative debt, unresolved emails, bad contracts, and busy work that doesn't produce value. It clogs the flow of profit. Restoration protocol. Rebooting the CPU. Sip warm water. Cold water short-circuits the Agni. Warmth keeps the engine efficient. The ginger spark. Eat a small slice of ginger with lemon before meals to stoke the fire. Strategic fasting. Give the CPU a break. Intermittent fasting allows the system to run self-cleaning, autophagy, and clear out the Amar. The Bio-Codex key. Protect your Agni to ensure your system remains clean and integrated. 1.2.5 The 6 tastes. Programming your biology. In the Bio-Codex, we don't count calories, we count data types. The 6 tastes of Ayurveda are the programming language that communicates directly with your endocrine and nervous systems. The Rasa script. Each taste triggers a specific biological response. To be balanced, a meal, or a business strategy, should include all 6. Sweet, earth plus water, nourishment and grounding. Effect, builds tissue, calms the mind, provides stable energy. Overdose, leads to greed, attachment, and sugar crashing. Role, the stable revenue of the business. Sour, earth plus fire, cleansing and activation. Effect, stimulates digestion, Agni, improves discrimination. Overdose, leads to envy and acidity. Role, the marketing spark that gets things moving. Salty, water plus fire, hydration and release. Effect: softens the system, retains minerals, improves taste. Overdose: leads to obsession and high pressure. Role: the liquidity and greasing the wheels of communication. Pungent: fire plus air, movement and heat. Effect: clears stagnation, moves energy, boosts circulation. Overdose: leads to anger and irritability. Role: the direct sales and execution phase. Bitter: air plus ether, detox and clarity. Effect: clears toxins, tones the liver, helps you see truth. Overdose: leads to grief and depletion. The bitter truth. Role: the strategic audit and system cleanup. Astringent: air plus earth, toning and compression. Effect: contracts the tissues, stops leakage, slows things down. Overdose: leads to fear and constipation. Role: the profit retention and quality control. Implementation: the balanced plate. A gourmet Bio-Codex meal uses these 6 tastes to satisfy the entire system. When you are satisfied on all 6 levels, cravings, the need for more, vanish. This is the key to biological satiety. The Bio-Codex key: use the 6 tastes to program a state of non-fear and high performance. 1.2.6 Food as medicine, the kitchen apothecary. The final frontier of the Annamaya kosher is the transformation of the kitchen from a place of cooking to a sanctuary of healing. In the Vrindavan of the heart, health is not just the absence of disease, it is the presence of divine love. The Rosaliler of the table. How you eat is as important as what you eat. Presence: if you eat while scrolling through emails, Vartar chaos, your agni freezes. The system cannot process data and food simultaneously. The ritual of blessing. In the Vedic tradition, food is offered back to the source before being eaten. This is called prasadam. Neutralizing the shadow. By offering the food, you remove the karmic weight of the elements. It becomes light and easy to integrate into the standing wave. The kitchen cabinet basics. Avoid the biological malware of processed foods. Instead, stock the sacred pharmacy. Ghee, the liquid gold that nourishes the marrow, moisture, and fuels the brain. Turmeric, the shield that blocks inflammation and protects the DNA. Ginger, the spark that maintains the Agni CPU. Coriander, a cumin, a fennel, the protocol of smooth flow ensuring communication between the systems. Implementation, the quiet meal protocol. Silence, for the first 5 minutes of your meal, eat in silence. Tune into the data you are receiving. Warmth, always choose warm, cooked meals for the primary fuel of the day. Gratitude, when you recognize that you are the soul and the body is the field, eating becomes an act of service to the temple. The Bio-Codex key, treat every meal as an upgrade to your biological software. 1.3 Biohacking and Anatomy, engineering the temple. Physical mastery is not just about strength, it is about the precision of the hardware. To hack the system, you must first understand the engineering of the temple. This chapter focuses on the physical hardware of the Bio-Codex, using modern biohacking and ancient anatomical wisdom to scale your biological antenna. 1.3.1 Introduction: Scaling the Hardware. Ancient yoga and modern biohacking are the same science, separated by time. One calls it prana, the other calls it ATP. In the Bio-Codex, we use both to scale the hardware of the Annamaya Koshas. The architecture of Ascension. If your environment is a petri dish, Chapter 1, and your diet is the data, Chapter 2, then your anatomy is the physical hardware. You are a biological antenna designed to transit consciousness. If the antenna is bent, rusted, or disconnected, the signal is lost. Beyond stretching, we do not perform asana to get flexible. We perform it to create postural geometry, the precise angles that allow energy to move without resistance. The neocortex upgrade. Most humans live in the anatomy of fear, hunched shoulders, shallow breath. Biohacking is the process of manually overriding these survival patterns to force the brain into flow state. The inner Ramayana. We map the physical struggles of the body, pain, tension, stagnation, to the inner Ramayana. Every tight muscle is a Ravana that needs to be neutralized. Every breath is a Hanuman that carries the message of the divine back to the heart. We will explore how to optimize your nervous system, your fascia, and your biological clock to ensure the foundation remains rock solid as you ascend through the higher levels of the Bio-Codex. 1.3.2 The nervous system. The fiber optic core. In the Bio-Codex, the nervous system is the literal wiring of your standing wave. It is the bridge between the Annamaya Koshas, matter, and the Pranamaya Koshas, energy. The Vata nerve connection. In Ayurveda, the nervous system is the primary seat of Vata, air, ether. The vagus nerve. Think of the vagus nerve as the main cable of the parasympathetic system. When this cable is healthy, high vagal tone, your body stays in the state of union. When it's frayed, you stay in separation, fight or flight. Biohacking the amygdala. The goal of Bio-Codex anatomy is to manually downregulate the amygdala. Optical reset. Looking at the horizon, expanding the field of vision, signals safety to the brain. Thermal shock. Cold exposure, the ice bath, hardens the nervous system, teaching the body that it can stay calm even under extreme stress. This is the biological version of non-attachment. Vibrational toning. Chanting and humming stimulate the vagus nerve, physically vibrating the amygdala into silence. The fiber optic flow. Your nerves operate on electrical impulses. If your myelin sheath, the insulation, is weak, the signal leaks. This leads to brain fog and spiritual exhaustion. Insulation through fats. This is why ghee and healthy fats are critical. They build the biological shield for your internal wiring. The Bio-Codex key. Master your nerves to master your narrative. 1.3.3 Asana. Postural geometry. Asana is not gymnastics. In the Bio-Codex, asana is the science of postural geometry. You are adjusting the hardware of your body to better receive and transmit the software of consciousness. Tuning the antenna. Your spine is the main copper rod of your antenna. Sthiram Sukham Asanarm, Yoga Sutra 2.46 defines the posture as stable and easy. In engineering terms, this is a low-resonance, high-fidelity state. The crown root axis. Every asana is a variation of the relationship between the Muladhara, grounding, and the Sahasrara, input. If the spine is curved, the standing wave is distorted. The three archetypal shapes. To keep the hardware functional, you only need to master three primary geometric shifts. Verticality, the column, Tadarsarna. Realigning the spine with gravity to minimize the resource drain of supporting the head. Compression and release, the pump, twists and folds. Manually squeezing the internal organs, the petri dish, to flush out biological amor, malware. Inversion, the reset, placing the heart above the head to flip the circulatory and lymphatic flow, clearing the bottom-heavy stagnation of modern sedentary life. The biohacking lens. Don't just do the pose. Use proprioception, the body's GPS, to feel the tension points. Target the psoas, the muscle of the soul. It is physically connected to the diaphragm and the amygdala. A tight psoas is a constant alarm for the brain. Release the psoas, and you release the fear. The Bio-Codex key. Use your body as a geometric tool to stabilize your consciousness. 1.3.4 Fascia, the biological internet. Beneath the muscle and skin lies a web of connective tissue called fascia. In the Bio-Codex, fascia is our biological internet, a liquid crystalline matrix that communicates information across the body faster than the nervous system. The liquid crystal matrix. Fascia is primarily made of collagen and water. It is piezoelectric, meaning it generates an electrical charge when compressed or stretched. The web of Karfa. In Ayurveda, fascia is the water, earth, Karfa, structure that holds the body together. If it is hydrated and fluid, the prana, vata, moves effortlessly. The storage of trauma. Tension in the fascia is synonymous with cached data. Unresolved emotional events from the Manomaya kosha, level 3, are stored as knots or adhesions in the physical tissue. Hacking the grid. Hydration is hardware. Dehydrated fascia is like a server down. Drink structured, mineral-rich water to keep the cables conductive. Yin loading. Long, slow stretches, 3 to 5 minutes, allow the fascia to remodel. This is how you delete old physical patterns and create space for new energy. Fascial unwinding. Spontaneous movement allows the system to shake off accumulated stress. Think of it as a system defrag. The one-body realization. Because the fascia is one continuous web, a problem in your foot affects your neck. In the same way, a problem in your grounding, level 1, affects your vision, level 5. The standing wave integrity. When the fascia is healthy, the whole body vibrates as a single, unified note. The Bio-Codex key. Keep your fascia fluid to ensure your signal reaches every cell. 1.3.5 Optimization. Light, sleep, and environment. Your biology does not exist in a vacuum. It is synchronized with the cosmic clock. To optimize the Annamaya kosha, You must align your internal pulse with the external cycle of the sun and moon. The circadian OS. Your brain uses photons, light, to set its internal clock. The morning spark. Sunlight in the eyes within 30 minutes of waking triggers the release of cortisol, the fire of Agni, and sets the timer for melatonin, the water of sleep, 16 hours later. The blue light malware. Screens and artificial light hack your brain into thinking it is always daytime. This keeps the amygdala in vigilant mode and prevents deep repair. The 4 quarters of the day. Dawn, East, activation. Blue spectrum light. Movement. Pitter u Agni. Noon, South, peak output. High intensity. Pitter u action. Sunset, West, transition. Red spectrum light. Slowing down. Vartar u reflection. Night, North, total darkness. Repair. Karfur u rest. Restoration protocol, the sleep sanctuary. Total pitch black. Darkness allows the brain to flush out biological byproducts, the glymphatic system. Temperature drop. Cooling the body signals the north energy of rest. Digital fasting. Turn off the information stream 60 minutes before bed to allow the Manomaya kosher to unwind before the Annamaya enters repair. The Bio-Codex key. Align with the cosmic pulse to automate your health. 1.3.6 Conclusion. The high-performance machine. We have completed the architecture of the Annamaya kosher, the physical layer. Your foundation is now built upon 3 solid pillars. Vastu Shastra, the space. Your environment is no longer a box, but a harmonized petri dish that grounds your amygdala. Ayurvedic diet, the fuel. You are no longer eating food, but processing data that supports the 7 Dhatus and your Artha shield. Biohacking, the hardware. You have tuned your nervous system and postural geometry to act as a clear antenna for consciousness. The foundation of non-fear. By mastering level 1, you have achieved the most important transformation of a yogi, safety. Because your resources, Artha, are secure, your lizard brain stops screaming. Because your body is clean, your energy can flow. Because your space is aligned, your spirit can expand. You have moved from the state of a victim of circumstance to the architect of your biological reality. The Bio-Codex key. A stable body is the only vehicle capable of crossing the ocean of the mind. Next level, we leave the domain of matter and enter the domain of breath and flow in level 2, Pranamaya kosher. 1 point for Vedic rituals, automating your biological prosperity. The secret to the future is hidden in your daily routine. Rituals are the scripts we write to automate the maintenance of our temple, freeing the mind for higher creation. This chapter focuses on the software of habit, using the Vastu cycle and Vedic rituals to automate your success. 1.4.1 Introduction. Automating prosperity. The secret to the future is hidden in your daily routine. Rituals are the scripts we write to automate the maintenance of our temple, freeing the mind for higher creation. Ritual as a biological script. In the Bio-Codex, a ritual, samskara, is not a superstitious act. It is a pre-written sequence of biological code. Every time you repeat a habit, you burn a pathway into your nervous system. The power of automation. By automating your basic health, level 1, through ritual, you move these tasks from the CPU, conscious effort, to the hard drive, subconscious habit. Energy conservation. The more you automate your survival, Artha, the more energy you have available for ascension, Ananda. The rhythm of the day. Vedic rituals are designed to align you with the circadian clock. Morning, the boot up, cleaning the petri dish and stoking the Agni fire. Day, the execution, applying the Artha shield and performing the yagna of work. Evening, the archive, cooling the nervous system and preparing for repair. We will explore how to use the Vastu cycle of value to map your hours to the directions of the universe, ensuring that you are moving with the current of existence rather than against it. 1.4.2 Dinakarya, the biological launch sequence. Success doesn't start in the office, it starts at the bathroom sink. Dinakarya is the Vedic daily routine designed to reboot the biological system and clear out the malware that accumulated overnight. The maintenance protocol. Before you log into the world, perform these system checks. Before you log into the world, perform these system checks. Tongue scraping, physically removing the bio-sludge, ammer, from the tongue. This signals to the brain that the petri dish is being cleaned and prepares the Agni CPU to receive new data. Oil pulling, using fat, coconut or sesame oil, to draw out fat-soluble toxins. It strengthens the jaw, the structural gait of the head, and improves oral hygiene. Warm water, the flush. Sip a glass of warm water, maybe with lemon. This washes the digestive tract and awakens the metabolic fire without a shock to the system. Biological purgation. The goal of the morning is to empty the bowels. This clears the archive of yesterday's data, making space for today's creation. The morning spark. Suyir Namasku. Once the internal systems are clear, we move the hardware. Photobiomodulation. Get light in your eyes. This sets the internal clock, C3.4. The flow. Perform a few sun salutations to move the fascia internet and circulate the prana. You are now active and ready for the Artha cycle. The Bio-Codex key. Master the first 60 minutes of your day to master the narrative of your life. 1.4.3 The Vastu cycle. Mapping the hours. In the Bio-Codex, time is not linear, it is cyclical. We map the 24 hours of the day to the 8 directions of the Vastu mandala. By doing this, you align your activity with the natural energy tide of the planet. The 8 phases of the day. Time block. Direction. Quality. Activity. Artha or yoga. 3 to 6 o'clock. Northeast. Wisdom. Brahma Muhurta. Meditation, vision, and connection. 6 to 9 o'clock. East. Creation. Strategy. Planning the day and initial output. 9 to 12 o'clock. Southeast. Spark. Execution. High-intensity work, sales, and transformation. 12 to 3 p.m. South. Growth. The grind, production, physical labor, and sustaining momentum. 15 to 6 p.m. Southwest. Roots. Retention, documentation, cleaning, and skill mastery. 18 to 9 p.m. West. Harvest. Prasadam, dinner, social connection, and enjoying results. 9 p.m. to midnight. Northwest. Movement. Distribution, reading, light movement, and wind down. Midnight to 3 o'clock. North. Rest. Deep integration, total sleep and biological repair. Implementation, the flow protocol. Don't fight the tide. Trying to do deep strategy, any energy, at 3 p.m., SW energy, is like swimming against a current. You will exhaust yourself. The power of 3 hours. Each direction has a 3-hour window. Use these windows as system modes to guide your focus. The Bio-Codex key. Align your to-do list with the cosmic clock to achieve 10x results with 1/10 the effort. 1.4.4 Samskaras. Rewriting the biocode. Your nervous system is a collection of samskaras, deep-seated habits and impressions. Some are helpful, others a malware that keeps you stuck in survival mode. In the Bio-Codex, we use rituals to manually overwrite these scripts. The neuroplasticity of yoga. A samskara is like a groove in the brain. The more you repeat an action, the deeper the groove becomes. The power of the small win. You cannot rewrite your entire code in one day. You must use incremental upgrades. The 21-day rule. It takes roughly 21 days for a new ritual to become a samskara, a habit that runs on the hard drive without conscious effort. How to program a new habit. Anchor it. Connect the new habit to an existing one. E.g., after I scrape my tongue, I will drink warm water. Make it small. Don't try to meditate for 60 minutes. Start with 1 minute. The goal is the consistency of the signal, not the volume. Celebrate the execute. Reward your brain with a positive thought immediately after the ritual. This releases dopamine, telling the system, this code is good, run it again. Cleaning the cache. Just as we build new habits, we must delete old ones. Awareness as a firewall. When you feel the urge to run a bad script, e.g., checking your phone upon waking, pause. That pause is the firewall that prevents the malware from executing. Replace it with a launch script, level 1 ritual. The Bio-Codex key. You are the programmer of your own biological machine. Write better code. 1.4.5 Rituals of Success. The Deep Work Block. To achieve Artha, prosperity, without burning out, you must treat your work as a yagna, sacred fire ritual. This requires a high-resolution environment and clear working protocols. The Deep Work Yagna. Deep work is the ability to focus without distraction on a cognitively demanding task. In the Bio-Codex, this is the combustion phase of the Annamaya kosher. The zero distraction field. Switch off all notifications. Your phone is a portal to Vata chaos. Close the portal. The 90-minute pulse. The brain operates in ultradian rhythms. Work for 90 minutes, then rest for 20. This maintains the standing wave of performance without crashing the hardware. The Artha Workspace Protocol. Orient your desk to leverage the directions of the Vastu clock. Face east, innovation, when you need new ideas and strategic growth. Face north, profit, when you are doing accounting, contracts, and wealth management. The command position. Ensure your back is supported, SW energy, so your amygdala feels safe. You cannot do deep work if your lizard brain is worried about someone sneaking up behind you. The ritual of completion. When the work block is over, archive the data. Write down the one big win for tomorrow. Clear your desk. This resets the petri dish for the next day. The Bio-Codex key. Work with ritual focus to turn labor into legacy. 1.4.6 The Night Protocol. Restoration. The goal of the evening is not entertainment. It is restoration. To prepare for the north energy of deep repair, you must manually cool down your biological and mental systems. The shutdown sequence. Digital sunset, 60 to 90 minutes before bed. Disconnect from the global Vata grid, the internet. This stops the flow of external noise into your Manomaya kosher. The cooling ritual. A warm bath followed by a cool down helps lower the core body temperature, triggering the sleep cycle. The mental archive. Write down any lingering thoughts or to-dos. This downloads the data from your active RAM to the external drive, allowing the brain to stop processing it. Oil the feet, Abhyanga. Massaging the feet with warm sesame oil grounds the vata energy and signals safety to the nervous system. The prayer of release. In the Gita, Krishna speaks of surrendering the fruits of action. The ritual. Before you sleep, mentally release everything that happened today, the wins and the losses. You are returning to the Shiva hub, the 0 point of stillness. The Bio-Codex key. Sleep like a king, in the north, to rise like a warrior, in the east. 2 Flow Pranamaya. 2.0 Introduction. The architecture of vitality. In the Bio-Codex, Level 1 is the solid earth, Level 2 is the fluid current. We shift from the matter of the body to the information of the breath. The Pranamaya landscape. The Pranamaya kosher is the energy sheath. It is the bridge between your physical hardware, Level 1, and your mental software, Level 3. The battery and the current. If your body is a high-performance computer, prana is the electricity running through the circuits. The 5 flows. We move beyond individual organs to the 5 vias, the directional currents that govern how energy enters, moves, and exits your system. The Artha flow connection. Vitality is the primary resource of the modern leader. Energy as currency. In business, if you have high energy, prana, you can out-execute the competition. If your energy is low, even the best strategy, Level 3, will fail. The flute of inspiration. Level 2 corresponds to the Yamuna river in Vrindavan. It is where Krishna plays the flute. To hear the call of inspiration, your wind, breath, must be pure. We will explore how to master the flow of vitality through pranayama, refined movement, and the strategic management of stress. 2.1 Breath and pranayama, the pranic engine. The mind is the rider, and the breath is the horse. If you master the breath, the mind has no choice but to follow. In the Bio-Codex, pranayama is the ultimate performance-enhancing script. This chapter explores the electricity of the soul, mapping the internal currents of breath to the dynamic growth of your life and business. 2.1.1 Introduction. The prana current. Matter is just slow energy. Breath is the bridge that turns the heavy Annamaya kosher into the fluid Pranamaya kosher. If you can control your breath, you can control the current of your life. The electricity of the soul. In the Bio-Codex, prana is the electrical charge that powers the biological machine. Level 1 was about building the battery, the body. Level 2 is about the current that flows through it. The prana-oxygen distinction. Oxygen is the chemical fuel. Prana is the informational charge carried by the air. The breathing machine. Most people only use 20% of their lung capacity, leading to system latency, a lack of energy that triggers the amygdala's scarcity fear. The goal of Level 2. The transition from Level 1 to Level 2 is the shift from static stability to dynamic flow. Vrindavan of the heart. This level corresponds to the banks of the Yamuna river. It is the place of movement, play, and the flute call of inspiration. Strategic breathing. We don't breathe just to stay alive. We breathe to code our state of mind. Shallow breathing equals stress code. Deep breathing equals success code. We will explore how the 5 pranas govern your biological functions and how to use specific pranayama protocols as performance levers for your business and spiritual life. 2.1.2 The 5 pranas, mapping the flow. Prana is not a monolithic force. It is a system of 5 specialized currents, vayas, that govern different sectors of your biological and professional life. The 5 biological vayas. Prana. Direction. Physical function. Business or strategic function. Pranavayu. Inward air up. Intake of food, air, and data. Data mining, receiving new leads and insights. Apanarvayu. Down air out. Purgation and release of waste. Archive or delete, clearing out bad clients and old debts. Samarnavayu. Central ew in. Digestion and assimilation. Accounting, processing revenue and extracting profit. Udarnavayu. Up or out. Expression, speech, and growth. Communication, sales, branding, and vocal authority. Vijnanamaya. Circular. Circulation and distribution. Logistics, moving resources through the organization. The balanced circuit. If any one of these currents is blocked, the system short-circuits. Too much prana, no apanar. You are full of ideas but can't let go of what isn't working. You become bloated. Too much udarnar, no samanar. You are shouting your message but have no substance, profit, to back it up. Implementation, the pulse check. Scan your life through the 5 vayas. Are you absorbing well? Prana. Are you digesting? Samanar. Are you moving? Vyanar. Are you speaking up? Udarnar. Are you letting go? Apanar. The Bio-Codex key. Align your internal currents to ensure your external business never runs out of power. 2.1.3 Breath as a lever. Hacking the nervous system. The breath is the only part of your autonomic nervous system that you can control consciously. This makes it the ultimate root access lever for your biological OS. The chemistry of fear. When you are stressed, amygdala high alert, your breathing becomes shallow and fast. The CO2 trap. Shallow breathing fails to clear CO2 efficiently and lowers your oxygen delivery to the brain. This smothers the neocortex and forces you into reactive mode. The vagal override. By manually slowing the exhale, you stimulate the vagus nerve, the fiber optic core. 3.1. This sends a signal of safety to the brain, even if you are in the middle of a business crisis. The Kumbhaka, the pores. In pranayama, the power lies in the space between the breaths. Antara Kumbhaka, inward pores, maximizing the absorption of energy, prana. Bahaya Kumbhaka, outward pores, releasing all attachment and experiencing stillness. Strategic application. Before a difficult meeting or a big decision, practice the pores. This reboots the CPU and ensures you are making choices from level 5, Anandamaya, rather than level 1, Annamaya fear. Implementation. The 4-7-8 hack. Inhale for 4, activate. Hold for 7, integrate. Exhale for 8, release as safe. Repeating this for 90 seconds will physically force your system out of flight and into flow. The Bio-Codex key. Use your breath to change your nervous system's mood in real time. 2.1 point for the 4 cosmic phases. Trimurti of the breath. In the Bio-Codex, breathing is not a linear activity, it is a cyclical micro-universe. Every breath contains the 4 stages of the cosmic life cycle, governed by the archetypes of the Trimurti, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, and Ganesha. The breath matrix. Phase. Sanskrit. Archetype. Seasonal quality. Business application. Inhale. Pararka. Brahma. Spring a morning. Birth, taking in new energy, leads, and raw inspiration. Hold. In. Kumbhaka. Vishnu. Summer Uday. Integration, digesting the data and stabilizing the value. Exhale. Rakarka. Shiver. Autumn evening. Release, delivering the product, sharing the value, and letting go. Hold. Out. Prashantar. Ganesha. Winter and night. Silence, the void where obstacles are removed and the system resets. The power of the Kumbhaka. Hold. Ancient yogis realized that the magic doesn't happen during the movement, but during the stillness. The stability phase, Vishnu. By holding the breath in for a few seconds, you allow the prana to permeate every cell. In business, this is the strategic pause before launching, ensuring your internal battery is fully charged. The threshold of non-being, Ganesha. Holding the breath out, Bahaya Kumbhaka, is the most challenging phase. It forces the amygdala to confront the unknown. By mastering this phase, you develop the unshakable courage needed for high-level leadership. Implementation. The Cosmic Breath Protocol. Synchronize your work blocks with this rhythm. Morning, inhale a Brahma. Focus on growth and new inputs. Midday, hold a Vishnu. Focus on managing and sustaining. Evening, exhale a Shiva. Focus on closing deals and letting go of the day. Deep night, silence a Ganesha. Total withdrawal and reset. The Bio-Codex key. Breathe with the cosmos to make your efforts effortless. 2.1.5 The business chakras. Energetic scaling. In the Bio-Codex, we don't just scale a business through spreadsheets, we scale it through the 7 energy centers, chakras. The health of your business reflects the health of your pranic spine. The roadmap of pranic growth. Chakra. Sanskrit. Business stage. The pranic goal. 7. Crown. Sahasrara. Legacy of flow. Unity, the happy seller is happy by a state. Total alignment. 6. Third eye. Ajna. Strategy a vision. Insight, seeing the market funnel with superhuman clarity. 5. Throat. Vishuddha. Branding message. Truth, your business speaks with an authentic, magnetic voice. 4. Heart. Anahata. Trust to reputation. Union, building a community that loves your brand. 3. Solar plexus. Manipura. Action, visibility. Power, the engine of sales and decisive execution. 2. Sacral. Svardhisthana. Cash flow or creation. Flow, the fluid movement of creative ideas and revenue. 1. Root. Muladhara. Startup our safety. Foundation, grounding the business in level 1 stability. The happy seller is happy by a loop. The ultimate goal of Bio-Codex business is to reach the crown, Sahasrara. The zero resistance transaction. When your business is energetically aligned, every sale is a prasadam, an offering. Shared grace. The happy seller provides value, the happy buyer receives it. Both systems experience a pranic boost. If your business feels draining or heavy, it means your energy is stuck in the lower 3 chakras, survival, greed, or control. Implementation, rising through the spine. To take your business to the next level. Check the root. Is your level 1, Annamaya, stable? Activate the fire. Use Bastrika, bellows breath, to charge the Manipura chakra for a day of high output sales. Open the heart. Before communicating with a client, breathe into the Anahata to ensure your frequency is set to service, not need. The Bio-Codex key. Scale your energy to scale your impact. 2.1.6 Hanuman's Leap, the mythic power of prana. In the Bio-Codex, we use mythic allegory to understand biological reality. The movement of energy in the Pranamaya kosher is perfectly described by the legend of Hanuman and the haunting flute of Krishna. The flute call of the Yuminar. In the Vrindavan of the heart, the inner journey begins at the banks of the Yuminor river, Pranamaya level. The sound of initiation. Krishna's flute is not a musical instrument, it is the breath of the divine. Answering the call. When you practice conscious breathing, pranayama, you are no longer just inhaling oxygen. You are responding to the frequency that awakens your potential. If you ignore the flute, shallow breathing, you remain trapped in the material village of level 1. Hanuman, the awakened current. In the Ramayana, Hanuman, the son of the wind, is the physical manifestation of prana. The leap of faith. Hanuman's leap across the ocean to find Sita is the allegory for prana rising from the Muladhara, root, to the Sahasrara, crown. Unlimited capacity. Hanuman forgot his own strength until reminded. Like him, your biological hardware, level 1, has unlimited capacity, but it requires the remembrance of the prana current to activate. The message carrier. Just as Hanuman carried Rama's message to Sita, Prana carries the message of consciousness to every cell in your body. Implementation. The Wind Guard Protocol. When you feel depleted or stuck in a business plateau, stop and listen. Close your eyes and visualize the sound of the Krishna flute. Take the leap. Use Kapur Larbati, Skol Shining Breath, to clear the biological ocean of stagnant energy. Become the Hanuman of your business. Act with the speed and devotion of the wind. When your work is motivated by devotional service, bhakti, the prana moves without meeting resistance. The Bio-Codex key. You don't do pranayama. You allow Hanuman to leap within you. 2.2 Asarna and structural flow. The pump of life. Movement is the antidote to stagnation. In the Pranamaya kosher, your body is a hydraulic system, and Asarna is the pump that keeps the biological water crystal clear. This chapter focuses on the dynamic movement of energy within the structural hardware of the body, using posture to command your biology and enter the flow state. 2.2.1 Introduction. The pump of life. Movement is the antidote to stagnation. In the Pranamaya kosher, your body is a hydraulic system, and Asarna is the pump that keeps the biological water crystal clear. From hardware to hydraulics. If level 1 was about the anatomy, the structure of the pipes, level 2 is about the flow, the liquid moving through them. The problem of stagnation. In the modern world, we sit. When we sit, our biofluids, lymph, blood, and prana, pool and become stagnant. This creates amar, toxicity, and triggers the amygdalar sense of being trapped. Asarna as a valve. Every yoga posture is a specific squeeze and release mechanism. By twisting, folding, and reaching, you are manually opening and closing the valves of your biological system to flush out old data and circulate new energy. The goal of flow. We move not to exercise, but to achieve coherence. When your physical movement is synchronized with your breath, you enter a flow state. The business parallel. A stagnant body leads to a stagnant business. To innovate, you must move. To scale, you must be fluid. We will explore how to use the warrior logic of posture to command your hormones and how the balance of sun and moon, Hatha, creates the ultimate foundation for strategic execution. 2.2.2 Hatha, the coherence of sun and moon. In the Bio-Codex, Hatha Yoga is the science of balancing the two primary polarities of the human experience, the sun, Har, and the moon, Tha. The biological polarities. Force. Sanskrit. Quality. Nervous system. Business equivalent. Sun. Har. Heating u pingarler. Sympathetic. Action. Effort. Heat. Sales and execution. The grind and the push for results. Moon. Tha. Cooling e eider. Parasympathetic. Rest, ease, cold. Strategy and rest. The vision and the recovery phase. The search for coherence. Most people live in an imbalanced circuit. Hyperhar, the high-stress entrepreneur who is always on. This leads to pitta burnout, inflammation, and eventual system crash. Your flame has consumed all your wax. Hyper-THA, the visionary who never takes action. This leads to carfor stagnation, procrastination, and drowning in ideas. Your water has put out your fire. Implementation, the Hathor Protocol. To achieve structural flow, you must integrate both forces into every posture and every work day. Find the har, effort. Identify the core challenge of the task or the pose. Use your willpower to engage. Find the THA, ease. Once you are in the challenge, relax your face and deepen your breath. This software override tells the amygdala, we are doing something hard, but we are safe. The result, you become a high-intensity, low-stress machine. You can perform at 100% without the biological cost of anxiety. The Bio-Codex key, master the sun and moon to maintain a steady flame that never burns out. 2.2.3 The squeeze and flush, biological hydraulics. Your body is a liquid vessel. In the Pranamaya kosher, we recognize that health is determined by the speed and quality of our internal currents. A sarner is the manual tool we use to manage these hydraulics. The 3 systems of flow. A sarner acts as a secondary heart for these 3 critical systems. The lymphatic pump. Unlike blood, lymph has no central pump. It only moves through muscular contraction. Asanars, especially inversions and twists, act as a hydraulic press that flushes toxins out of the tissues and back into circulation for disposal. The cerebrospinal fluid, CSF. Your brain breathes through the movement of the spine. Rhythmic flexing and extending the spine, cat-cow, pumps the CSF, clearing the biological cache of the brain and ending brain fog. The fascial hydration, as discussed in Level 1, 3.3, your fascial internet needs movement to stay hydrated. A sarner squeezes the water out of the web and allows fresh water, nutrients, to rush back in upon release. Business parallel, clearing the stagnation. A business with bad hydraulics is one where information gets stuck in departments, silos, and profit doesn't reach the bottom line. The squeeze, perform an audit. Identify where the flow is blocked. The flush, change the protocol. Introduce a new ritual, Level 1, to restore movement. Implementation, the hydraulic reset. Use these 3 pumps throughout your workday. The twist, the organ flush. Sit cross-legged or in a chair and twist your spine. Breathe deep into the squeeze. The fold, the vagus reset. Fold forward. This compresses the internal organs and stimulates the vagus nerve. The inversion, the global reboot. Put your feet up the wall for 5 minutes. Let gravity flush your legs and refresh the brain. The Bio-Codex key, don't let your pools become swamps. Keep the water moving. 2.2.4 Warrior Logic, posture as power. In the Bio-Codex, a sarner is not just about flexibility, it is about hormonal command. Your physical posture is a broadcast signal to your endocrine system. You can literally choose your state of mind by choosing your shape. The evolutionary signal. 4 millions of years, looking small, hunched shoulders, protected neck, was the biological signal for fear and defeat. Looking large, open chest, steady gaze, was the signal for dominance and safety. The cortisol loop. When you hunch over a phone or laptop, you are assuming the defeat shape. Your brain interprets this as being under attack and floods your system with cortisol. This kills your creativity and puts you in survival mode. The testosterone surge. When you stand in a warrior pose, Virabhadasana. Strategic posture, the command shape. In high-stakes business environments, your posture is your silent salesman. The unshakable spine. A straight spine signals to everyone, and yourself, that your level 1, Annamaya, is stable. Open Anahata. Keeping the chest open signals non-fear. It tells the market, I am not a victim, I am a producer of value. Implementation, the presence hack. Before any important event, call, meeting, launch. Assume the warrior. Stand with feet wide, arms reaching out. Occupy space. Breathe into the heart. Take 3 deep Ujjayi breaths. The result, you enter the room with a frequency of union, yoga, rather than separation, fear. People will trust your energy before they even hear your script. The Bio-Codex key. Shape your body to shape your reality. 2.2.5 Vinyasa. Entering the flow state. In the Pranamaya Koshas, we move from static asana to dynamic Vinyasa. Vinyasa means to place in a special way. It is the art of synchronizing every movement with the breath to enter the flow state. The architecture of flow. Flow is a state of optimal experience where your sense of self vanishes and you become one with the action. In the Bio-Codex, this is the state of Leela, divine play. The breath link. In Vinyasa, the breath is the metronome. Every inhale is an expansion. Every exhale is a contraction. Mental synchronization. When the body moves at the exact rhythm of the breath, the global workspace of the brain becomes quiet. The monkey mind, Vata, has a job to do, and it can finally stop jumping between thoughts. Business Vinyasa. Rhythmic performance. A great business is a Vinyasa. The smooth transition. It's not just about the poses, the individual projects, but the transitions, the operations and handover. Momentum. Just as a Vinyasa flow builds heat, tappers, a well-run business builds momentum. Once you are in the flow, obstacles become part of the dance rather than dead ends. Implementation. The flow protocol. Lower the challenge to skill gap. If a task is too hard, you get anxiety. If it's too easy, you get boredom. Find the sweet spot, the edge of the pose. Rhythmic repetition. Use repetitive tasks, rituals, to boot up the flow state before moving to complex creation. One movement, one breath. Apply this to your digital life. One task, one focus. Don't multitask, that is static noise which prevents the flow. The Bio-Codex key. Flow occurs when your internal current, prana, and your external action become a single wave. 2.3 Ramayana Insights and Archetypes. The inner map. The Ramayana did not happen thousands of years ago in a distant land. It is happening right now inside your nervous system. Every character is a component of your pranic flow. This chapter explores the archetypal landscape of the Bio-Codex, mapping ancient legends to the biological reality of energy flow and psychological strength. 2.3.1 Introduction: The Inner Map of Legends. The Ramayana did not happen thousands of years ago in a distant land. It is happening right now inside your nervous system. Every character is a component of your pranic flow. Myth as biological map. In the Pranamaya Kosher, we move from the physical specs, level 1, to the story of the system. Modern science uses Latin. Ancient science uses allegory. The characters, Rama, Hanuman, Sita, and Ravana are not just gods or demons, they are archetypes of biological functions. The journey. The quest of the hero is the movement of energy from the Muladhara, the earthly kingdom, to the Sahasrara, the divine reunion. The goal of storytelling. By reframing your internal struggles as a hero's journey, you deactivate the amygdala's sense of helplessness. Victim to warrior. A victim has a problem. A warrior has a quest. This semantic shift changes your hormonal output, moving you from cortisol, stress, to dopamine and oxytocin, motivation and union. We will explore how the breath acts as the Vimana, vehicle, of Hanuman, and how the trial of Agni purifies your vision during times of pressure. 2.3.2 Hanuman, the Vimana of the breath. In the Bio-Codex, Hanuman, the monkey god, is the primary archetype of the Pranamaya Kosher. He is the son of Vayu, the wind god, making him the literal manifestation of prana. The vehicle of the soul. Ancient Vedic texts speak of Vimarna's mythic flying vehicles. In the Bio-Codex, your breath is your Vimarna. The bridge. Hanuman is the only character who can travel effortlessly between the worlds. In the body, the breath is the only vehicle that can travel between the autonomic, unconscious, and somatic, conscious, nervous systems. The leap. Hanuman's leap across the ocean to find Sita is the allegory for rising energy. When you practice pranayama, you are starting the engine of your internal Vimarna. Hanuman in business, the devotional execution. Hanuman is the supreme executor. He doesn't ask how, he asks whom do I serve? Bhakti business. When you align your business with a higher purpose, bhakti, your prana becomes unstoppable. You are no longer pushing for a sale, you are leaping to serve a need. The zero ego state. Hanuman's power came from his lack of ego. When you remove yourself from the business process and focus purely on the value delivery, your energy flows with zero resistance. Implementation. The leap routine. Awaken the wind. Practice 5 minutes of Kapalabhati to clear the ocean of mental fog. Set the vision. Visualize the seater, the goal or project you are serving, at the other side of the gap. Execute. Move with the speed of Hanuman, trusting that the wind of prana will support you. The Bio-Codex key. You are not the walker, you are the Vimarna. Use the breath to fly. 2.3.3 The Pandava Virtues, the 5 gates of performance. In the Mahabharata, the 5 Pandava brothers are not just warriors, they are archetypes of the chakras and the essential management pillars of a successful life. The kingdom of the body. Pandava. Chakra. Quality of virtue. Business domain. Yudhisthira. Vishuddha Ajna. Dharma. Integrity. Ethics and truth. the core mission. Bimer. Manipura. Barler, strength. Execution, active sales and output. Arjuna. Anahatar. Ekagratar, focus. Strategic action, precision and skill. Nacular. Svardhistharnar. Sorcher, clarity. Operations, smooth systems and cash flow. Sahardevar. Muladhara. Vijnanamaya, wisdom. Deep research, the foundation of knowledge. The battle for the field, Kurukshetra. The Battle of Kurukshetra is the internal battle between the Pandavas, virtues, and the Kauravas, vices, Amar. The senses, Kauravas, 100 biological impulses that want to distract you, drain your energy, and keep you in survival mode. The Pandavas, Pranas, the 5 forces that, when united by Krishna, the higher self or consciousness, can defeat any obstacle. Implementation, the assembly ritual. Before starting your workday, check in with your cabinet of brothers. Sahardevar, is my foundation stable? Nacular, is my flow clear? Bimer, do I have the strength to execute? Arjuna, is my focus precise? Yudhisthira, am I acting with integrity? The Bio-Codex key. You win the external battle by first unifying the internal brothers of your prana. 2.3.3 The Trial of Agni, Purification through Pressure. Conflict is not an error in the system. It is the system's way of asking for a higher version of itself. The Agni Pariksha. In the Ramayana, the ultimate test of purity is the Agni Pariksha, the trial of fire. In the Bio-Codex, this represents the moment when your intentions are tested by real-world crisis. The emotional fever. You feel the heat of anger, fear, or shame. The biologic. This heat is meant to burn off your attachments and false identities. Only that which is sattvic, true and balanced, can pass through the fire untouched. Conflict as Agni, fire. In the Bio-Codex, tension and conflict are viewed as fuel. At the physical level, Agni is the fire of digestion. At the mental level, it is the fire of discernment. The purification. Just as gold is purified by being melted in a furnace, your character and vision are purified by the fire of difficult situations. The trap. Avoiding conflict doesn't lead to peace. It leads to amar, toxins. Unexpressed tension rots in the subconscious and eventually manifests as physical disease or business failure. Implementation. The cooling command. Stand in the fire. When a crisis hits, don't run. Feel the physical sensation of the heat, increased heart rate, tightness. Identify the ego hook. Where are you attached? Are you afraid of looking bad? Are you afraid of losing money? Offer it to the flame. Mentally throw that attachment into the fire. I offer my reputation to the fire. I offer my profit to the fire. The result. Once you stop protecting the inflammable parts of your identity, the situation loses its power to burn you. You emerge with the clarity to act effectively. The Bio-Codex key. You don't survive the fire by fighting it. You survive by becoming the part of yourself that cannot burn. 2.3 for mantras as Vimarners. Sound as transport. In the Bio-Codex, a mantra is not a religious chant. It is a sound formula designed to change the vibration of your biological water. If the breath is the vehicle, Vimarner, the mantra is the fuel and the GPS. The science of vibration. Your body is 70% water. Sound waves travel 4x faster through water than through air. The coding of water, rhythmic sound, mantra, sets the structure of your internal fluids. Neutralizing the shadow. Negative self-talk is bad code that creates chaotic vibration. Amar. Mantra is a clean code that restores clinical symmetry to your cells. The flute call script. In the Vrindavan of the heart, consciousness is attracted to the sound of the flute. The frequency of love. The flute energy is a frequency that bypasses the amygdala and goes directly to the anahata, heart. Resonance. When you chant, you are creating a resonance field. Any thought or energy that doesn't match that frequency, fear, doubt, anger, is physically shaken out of the system. Implementation. The vocal reboot. The Bija mantra, seed. Use the seed sounds for specific energy centers, e.g., LAM for the Ruta stability, RAM for the fire execution. Japar, repetition. Consistent repetition creates a standing wave of sound. Silent mantras. Eventually, the mantra should run in the background like a system service, maintaining your frequency even when you are busy in the world. The Bio-Codex key. Speak the code you want to embody. The universe is listening. 2.3.5 Moksha. High performance liberation. In the Bio-Codex, moksha, liberation, is not something that happens after death. It is a biological state of zero resistance. It is the point where the standing wave is so perfectly tuned that energy flows through you without loss. The engineering of freedom. In physics, superconductivity occurs when a material has zero electrical resistance. Biological superconductivity. When level 1, body, and level 2, energy, are aligned, your system is free. The cost of resistance, conflict, doubt, and physical tension are friction. They heat up the system, stress, and waste energy. A stressed leader is an inefficient leader. The 4 goals of life, Purusharthas. Moksha is the final goal, but it is built upon the others. Dharma, ethics, the code of conduct. Artha, resources, the foundation of security. Karma, desire, joy, the motivation of life. Moksha, freedom, the total liberation from the gravity of the lower self. Implementation, the non-resistance protocol. Identify the friction. Where in your business or body are you pushing? Release the valve. Use the breath, Hanuman, to soften that area. The state of Leela. Move into the state of play. When you stop trying to succeed and start enjoying the process, the resistance vanishes. Success becomes a siddha, a natural outcome of your state, not a reward for your labor. The Bio-Codex key. You are already free. You just need to stop holding on to the friction. 2 for stress management and resonance. noise cancelling the soul. Stress is not what happens to you. It is the friction your system creates when it doesn't want to move with the current. This final chapter of Level 2 focuses on mastering the internal field, cancelling out the static of stress through oscillation, energy accounting, and the establishment of a harmonious internal economy. 2.4.1 Introduction: Noise Cancelling the Soul. Stress is not what happens to you. It is the friction your system creates when it doesn't want to move with the current. Stress as signal interference. In the Pranamaya kosher, stress is viewed as static or noise in your energetic field. The transmission: imagine your consciousness as a pure radio signal. The problem: chaotic life, poor breath, and negative environments create signal interference. This noise prevents the high vibrational energy of Level 5, Anandamaya, from reaching your Level 1, Annamaya, body. The result: system latency. You feel slow, heavy, and reactive. You are drowning in the static of your own nervous system. The goal of resonance. The goal is not to stop stressing. You can't fight noise with noise. The goal is to create resonance. The harmonic system: when you align your breath, movement, and archetypes, you become a harmonic oscillator. The noise is naturally cancelled out by the strength of your own internal rhythm. We will explore how to oscillate between the stillness of Shiva and the action of Shakti, and how to build the city of harmony, Vaikuntapuri, within your own boundaries. 2.4.2 Shiva and Shakti: The Lore of Oscillation. In the Bio-Codex, energy flow is governed by the two primary cosmic archetypes: Shiva, the stillness, and Shakti, the movement. Stress is what happens when you get stuck in one pole. The fullness and the void. Archetype: Sanskrit. Quality: biological state. Business equivalent. Shiva. Shunyata. Empty or static. The void, a deep rest. Strategy and reset: the zero inbox state. Shakti. Purnarta. Full, dynamic. The flow or high output. Execution and growth: the market launch. The trap of linear performance. Modern business culture pushes the linear myth, the idea that you should be 100% Shakti all the time. The burnout cycle: action without stillness leads to entropy. Your biological battery, Level 1, is drained because the current, Level 2, never stops to recharge. The healing secret: to have infinite Shakti, you must first master the emptiness of Shiva. The higher the leap, the deeper the squat. Implementation: the pulsing protocol. Instead of working in linear blocks, work in pulses. The Shakti sprint: 90 minutes, high intensity, focused execution. Complete immersion in the fullness. The Shiva reset: 10 minutes, total withdrawal. No phone, no torque, just the void. Use the outward hold, the higher Kambarkar, to touch the silence. The result: by oscillating between these two poles, you prevent the buildup of residual stress. You remain fresh for the entire cycle of the Vastu day. The Bio-Codex key: don't just rest to recover, rest to empty. Only an empty cup can be filled with fresh energy. 2.4.3 The inverse wave: inverse stress protocols. Your nervous system works via wave interference. To cancel stress, you don't fight it, you provide an inverse wave. How noise cancellation works. High-end headphones listen to external noise and create an anti-noise wave that perfectly mirrors it. This results in silence. The stress wave, high frequency, shallow, erratic breathing associated with the fight or flight response. The inverse wave, slow, deep, rhythmic Nadi Shodhana or Ujjayi breathing. When you introduce the inverse wave of deep breathing, the biological signal for stress is physically cancelled out at the level of the brainstem. The brain has no choice but to shift from sympathetic, panic, to parasympathetic, safety. The Vaikuntha-Puri logic, energy accounting. View your energy as a bank account. Withdrawals, every stressor, every difficult client, every bad meal is a withdrawal from your bioreserve. Deposits, every deep breath, every asana, every ritual is a deposit. The goal, never go into energetic overdraft. If you have a high withdrawal day, Shakti high intensity, you must make a corresponding level 2 deposit, Shiva deep rest, to maintain resonance. Implementation, the inverse protocol. When you feel the noise rising, listen to the frequency. Is it anxiety, high or fast, or depression, low or dull? Provide the anti-wave. If anxious, provide slower exhales. If dull, provide rapid inhales, Bastrika. Check the balance. Perform a quick energy audit. Are you spending more than you are earning? The Bio-Codex key. You are the sound engineer of your own soul. Tune the frequency until the noise disappears. 2.4 point for Vaikuntha-Puri, the city of internal harmony. In the Bio-Codex, we use the legend of Vaikuntha-Puri, the celestial city of Vishnu, as a model for a healthy internal economy. Protecting your flow requires strong boundaries and a harmonious exchange of resources. The 3 zones of the city. The marketplace, metabolism. This is where energy is exchanged. Is your currency, prana, moving freely, or is there inflation, stress, and supply chain issues, amar? The temple, the core. Every city has a central point of peace that is never disturbed by the noise of the market. This is your daily sadhana, practice. If the temple is neglected, the city loses its purpose and falls into chaos. The walls, boundaries. The walls are not there to keep the world out, but to ensure that only high-value trade comes in. Parasitic drainage. Toxic people and environments are like thieves that scale the walls to steal your prana. The guard. Your Manomaya kosher, level 3, acts as the guard, but the prana level determines the strength of the stones. Business parallel. The professional Vaikuntha-Puri. A successful business is a city of harmony. Dharma over profit. When every employee, organ, knows their role, Dharma, the business operates without friction. The happy citizen. A business that treats its internal citizens, employees as systems, well as a business that can withstand external sieges, market crashes. Implementation. The wall audit. Identify the leaks. Who or what is currently draining your energy without providing value? Reinforce the gates. Set clear ritual boundaries. Level 1. No emails before the temple. Morning routine. No work in the bedroom. The sanctuary. The Sovereignty Protocol. Recognize that you are the ruler of your internal Vaikuntapuri. You have the right to refuse entry to anything that disrupts the harmony. The Bio-Codex key. Harmony is not the absence of world, it is the presence of a strong internal city. 2.4.5 Gunner Management. Grounding the static. In the Gunner Strategy. Gunner. State. The Stress Solution. Sattva. Balance our light. The goal. Maintaining clear vision and calm execution. Rajars. Activity of fire. The trigger. Too much heat, speed, and desire. This is where stress lives. Tamars. Inertia or darkness. The buffer. Using density and grounding to put out the fire. Tamars as a tool. Grounding. We often view tamars, slowness, a heaviness, as bad. In the Bio-Codex, tamars is a protective buffer. Active grounding. If your mind is racing with rajasic fear, anxiety, the solution is to introduce controlled tamars. The weight. Heavy food, root vegetables, physical grounding, feet on the earth, and long, slow exhalations weight down the system and stop the rajasic spinning. Implementation. The gunner override. When you are overheated, high stress e anger. Stop the rajars. Cease all high-speed activity, emailing, arguing, running. Invite the tamars. Eat a grounded meal, take a cold shower, shocks the system into presence, or do a slow, heavy asana, child's pose. Rise to sattva. Once the fire is out, use the breath to refine the state into sattva, clarity. The Bio-Codex key. You can't reach peace, sattva, directly from panic, rajars. You must first ground through the buffer of tamars. 2.4.6 Conclusion. The master of the current. In level 1, you built the house. In level 2, you turned on the electricity. Now, the system is alive. Level 2 Summary. The Pranamaya Achievements. By completing the journey through the Pranamaya Kosha, you have achieved the following Bio-Codex milestones. Engineered the breath. You no longer just breathe, you use the 4 phases and the 5 pranas to code your biological state. Activated the biopump. You have reframed physical movement as a hydraulic flush for your internal systems. Internalized the myth. You have mapped the archetypes of Hanuman and the Pandavas to your own nervous system and business departments. Established resonance. You have learned to noise cancel stress through oscillation and energy accounting. The standing wave check. Your standing wave is now significantly stronger. Level 1, Annamaya. The physical base is stable. Level 2, Pranamaya. The energy current is moving with direction and purpose. The transition to Level 3, Manomaya. While Level 2 mastered the energy, Level 3 will master the processor. From current to code, we move from the electricity, prana, to the software, the mind. The battlefield of the Gita. we will enter the Bhagavad Gita and the science of detoxing the mind from the malware of negative conditioning. The energy is flowing. Now, it's time to give that energy a mission. Next step, enter the defense and discipline of the mind in 2.1 Gita Decoded. 3 Detox Manomaya. 3.0 Introduction, the processor of reality. The world is not as it is, the world is as you are. In the Manomaya Kosha, we move from the current, prana, to the code, mind. If the internal software is corrupt, no amount of energy will lead to success. The Manomaya Architecture. The Manomaya Kosha is the mental sheath. In the Bio-Codex, this is the processor of your biological computer. It receives sensory data, processes it through the lens of your past conditioning, samskaras, and generates the reality you experience. The software layer. Level 1 was the hardware. Level 2 was the electricity. Level 3 is the operating system. Malware and bugs, negative beliefs, deep-seated fears, and cognitive biases are biological malware that hijack your execution. Level 1 and 2. The goal of detox. The transition to level 3 is the move from external management to internal sovereignty. The battlefield, Kurukshetra. This level is defined by the Bhagavad Gita. The battle between your lower impulses and your higher mission. Mental hygiene. We don't just think positive thoughts. We perform a deep system detox to remove the conditioning that prevents high performance. We will explore how the Bhagavad Gita acts as the ultimate manual for mental discipline, how to uninstall the malware of stress loops, and how to find your Dharma, the specific code you were born to execute. 3.1 Gita and Mental Detox, the battlefield of the mind. The world is a mirror. If you see conflict outside, there is a war inside. The Bhagavad Gita is the ultimate manual for winning that inner war. This chapter explores the psychology of victory, using the ancient wisdom of the Gita and the allegories of the butter thief and Siddhartha to perform a deep system detox of the human mind. 3.1.1 Introduction, the battlefield of the mind. The world is a mirror. If you see conflict outside, there is a war inside. The Bhagavad Gita is the ultimate manual for winning that inner war. The Manomaya battlefield. In the Bio-Codex, we don't view the mind as a thing, but as a conversation. The conflict. You are Arjuna. You are standing in the middle of a high-stakes life situation, your business, your relationships, your health. You are paralyzed by the pressure. The guide. Krishna is your higher awareness. He is the software engineer who understands the source code of your confusion. The goal of this chapter. We will move beyond level 2, energy flow, to the direction of flow. From movement to meaning, it is not enough to have high energy if that energy is being driven by corrupt code, fear, greed, attachment. The Great Detox. We will use the Gita's logic to strip away the mental armor, toxicity, and unveil the warrior monk within. We will explore how the allegory of the butter thief solves your attachment issues, and how the Siddhartha protocol provides a roadmap for your own mental evolution through the 7 chakras. 3.1.2 The Warrior and the Monk, the Rhythm of Strategy. In the Bio-Codex, high performance is not a constant state of charging. It is a dynamic oscillation between 2 archetypal modes, the warrior and the monk. The two modes of the Bio-CPU. Mode. Sanskrit. Activity. Biological quality. Business strategy. Monk mode. Pratyahara. Withdrawal. Detox, deep recovery. Strategy and vision, shutting off the world to gain clarity. Warrior mode. Karma yoga. Action. Immersion, execution. Execution and launch, transforming pressure into growth. The problem of the half-warrior. Most modern professionals live in a state of constant low-level war. They are never fully in monk mode, checking Slack while eating, and never fully in warrior mode, multitasking during a focused sprint. The result: decision fatigue and a fuzzy CPU. You are fighting Ravana with a dull sword and a distracted mind. Implementation: the rhythmic shift. Monk mode, the deep work. Before the world wakes up, enter the forest, Vrindavan. No digital noise. No dopamine hooks. Practice pratyahara, sensory withdrawal, to clean your antenna. Warrior mode, the market phase. When you open your laptop, you are entering the Kurukshetra, battlefield. Pick up your Gandiva, bow of focus. Execute your tasks with 100% intensity, treating every email and meeting as a dharmic duty. A firewall. Use the logic of the Bhagavad Gita as your software firewall. When stress loops, the Kauravas, try to hack your mind, remind yourself, you have a right to the action, but never the fruits. This immediately lowers cortisol and restores the flow. The Bio-Codex key. You must be a monk in the morning to be a warrior in the afternoon. 3.1.3 The Butter Thief. Dissolving mental clutter. In the Vrindavan of the heart, one of the most powerful allegories for mental health is the story of Krishna as the Makhan chair, the butter thief. This is not a legend for children. It is a clinical protocol for your mind. The allegory of the butter. The milk, the raw data of your life experience. The churning, your daily struggles, hard work, and reflections. The butter, samskaras, the essence of your effort. It is the cream of your identity, your successes, and your ego attachments. The problem: hoarding the butter. In the story, the gopis, milkmaids, keep the butter in clay pots and hang them high from the ceiling, trying to hide them. The hoarding: you try to hold on to your successes, your titles, and your correctness. You protect your ego merits like treasure. The rot: stagnant butter, ego, turns sour. When you are too attached to the outcome of your work, you develop anxiety, rajars, and inertia, tamas. The solution: the theft of the divine. Krishna breaks the pots and steals the butter. The break: he destroys the containers, your limiting beliefs and self-labels. The theft: he takes the ego merit away from you. This is karma yoga. The result: suddenly, the burden of performance is gone. If the work is an offering, you can't fail. The butter of your life is now flowing back to its source, and your pots, mind, are clean and ready for new creation. Implementation: the Makhan Detox. Identify your butter. What success or title are you presently hoarding? What result are you terrified of losing? Break the pot. Mentally offer that result to the higher purpose, Krishna or the universe. The relief. Notice how your heart feels when you are no longer the owner of the results, but simply the instrument of the activity. The Bio-Codex key. Let the divine steal your ego, so you can keep the energy. 3.1 point for the Siddhartha Protocol, the 7-chakra evolution. Mental detox is not a single event, it is a sequence of growth. In the Bio-Codex, we use the journey of Siddhartha, from Hermann Hesse's masterpiece, as a roadmap through the energy centers of the soul. The evolutionary map. Stage. Chakra. The experience. The business phase. The samana. Muladhara. Asceticism or discipline, building the foundation of will. The bootstrap, learning to live with nothing. The kamalar. Svardhisthana. Senses, desire, exploring the world of pleasure and money. The traction, learning the dance of the market. The merchant. Manipura. Power or action, mastering the game, Kamaswarmi. The power, scaling and the danger of becoming the game. The river. Heart-e Ajna. Stillness the OM, returning to the source. The flow, leading from a state of effortless presence. The trap of the merchant mind. Most successful people get stuck at the Manipura, solar plexus, level. The Kamaswarmi syndrome. Siddhartha became a master merchant, but his heart became old and small. He became addicted to the game of earning and spending. The detox. Siddhartha had to lose everything to die to his merchant self to hear the OM, the sound of resonance, in the river. Implementation. The river audit. Locate yourself. Are you in the forest, studying, the town, trading, or at the river, reflecting? The OM check. When you listen to the noise of your business alive, do you hear a single sound, harmony, or 1,000 desperate voices, dissonance? Cross the river. If your heart feels small, it is time to shift your focus from the merchant, money, to the ferryman, service. The Bio-Codex key. You must master the merchant only to eventually transcend him. 3.1.5 mantra as the sound bow, targeting the mind. In the Manomaya Kosha, your mind is like a wild river or a restless horse. You cannot fight the mind with more thinking. You must use the technology of sound. The bow and the arrow. In the Ramayana, Rama is the master of the bow. The bow, mantra, the structure and frequency of the sound. The arrow, intention, your focused will. The target, the obstacle, the specific malware or negative thought loop, Ravana, that is blocking your path. The science of Japar, repetition. Rhythmic sound creates a groove in the mental field. The noise cancelling. Just as we used the breath in level 2, for point 2, for biological noise cancellation, we use mantra for mental noise cancellation. Frequency match. If your mind is vibrating at the frequency of scarcity, you chant a mantra of abundance, Shreem. If it is at chaos, you use peace, Shanti. Implementation. The sound firewall. Identify the virus. What is the ghost thought that keeps haunting your work? E.g., I am not enough or the market is failing. String the bow. Choose a sound formula. Even a simple OM or a deep work bhajan will suffice. Release the arrow. Repeat the sound until the frequency of the virus is physically overwritten by the frequency of the mantra. The Bio-Codex key. Sound is the fastest way to recode a distracted mind. 3.2 Mindfulness and Mind Detox. The stillness of the lake. A healthy mind is like a deep lake. When the water is still, you can see the gems at the bottom. When the water is turbulent, you see only the mud of your own reflection. This chapter focuses on the purification of the Manomaya kosher, removing the mental armor of modern existence and adopting the calm, listening stance of the Ferryman to achieve permanent clarity. 3.2.1 Introduction. The stillness of the lake. A healthy mind is like a deep lake. When the water is still, you can see the gems at the bottom. When the water is turbulent, you see only the mud of your own reflection. The mirror of the self. The Manomaya kosher is the layer of the sensory mind. It is the interface through which you perceive the world. The reflection. If your mind is filled with vrittis, mental whirlpools, your perception of reality is distorted. You make decisions based on waves, not on depths. The problem. Our modern world is a wind machine that never stops blowing. Notifications, news, and the Rajasic drive for more keep the surface of your lake in constant chaos. The goal of stillness. We move from managing energy, level 2, to refining perception. Mental clarity. This is not about emptying the mind, but about settling it. The master processor. A calm mind processes information faster and with fewer errors. It allows you to see the dharma of a situation the correct path without the interference of ego heat. We will explore how to identify and flush mental armor, how to adopt the Ferryman stance for deep listening, and why the sattvic speed of slow, consistent change is the only way to permanent mental freedom. 3.2.2 Mental armor. Flushing the data silt. In the Bio-Codex, armor is any substance that is partially processed and remains in the system as a toxin. While Level 1, Annamaya, deals with physical armor, undigested food, Level 3 deals with mental armor, undigested information. The sources of mental silt. Mental armor is created when the mind is exposed to more data than it can digest, process, and integrate. Dopamine looping. Infinite scrolling and constant notifications create input overload. The mind never reaches the assimilation phase. Unresolved conflict. Arguments and fears that you push aside instead of resolving become stagnant files that consume background CPU. Outdated code. Holding onto beliefs or strategies that worked in the past but are no longer relevant, e.g., I must say yes to everything. The symptoms of biolatency. When your Manomaya kosher is filled with mental armor, you experience system latency. Brain fog, the inability to see simple solutions. Decision fatigue, feeling exhausted after making simple choices. Reactivity, snapping at employees or family because the CPU is overwhelmed by noise. Implementation, the cache flush protocol. The information fast. Dedicate 4 hours a day to zero input. No phone, no podcasts, no books. Allow the mind to finally digest the morning's data. The brain dump. Every evening, write down every unresolved file in your head. Put them on paper so the CPU can release the hold it has on them. The Agni meditation. Visualize a mental fire, Agni, burning through the fog of your confusion. Use the Soham breath, level 2, to fuel this fire until the lake of the mind becomes clear again. The Bio-Codex key. To think more clearly, you must first read less and reflect more. 3.2.3 The Ferryman Stance. The power of listening. In Siddhartha's journey, the final stage of mental evolution is not being a master or a saint, but being a ferryman. A ferryman has one primary skill. He knows how to listen to the river. The merchant versus the ferryman. Aspect. The merchant mind, Kamaswarmi. The ferryman mind, Vasudeva. Primary goal. Calculation new profit. Presence as service. Listening. Listening for advantage. Listening for essence. Response. Trying to control the river. Moving with the current. Result. Stress and exhaustion. Peace and precision. The art of bio-listening. The river is your life, your business, and your biology. The merchant error. You try to fix everything. You argue with reality. You treat every problem as a math puzzle that needs a faster CPU. This creates friction. The ferryman logic. You stop talking. You sit at the bank, monk mode, and listen to the sounds of the market. You wait for the underlying harmony to emerge. Implementation. The strategic silence. When a crisis occurs in your business, don't react. Stand in the ferryman's stance. Take 10 deep Ujjayi breaths, level 2. Listen to the many voices. What is the market actually saying? What is your body saying? Is it fear or intuition? Wait for the OM. The OM is the solution that benefits the whole system, Dharma. It usually appears only when the merchant mind stops shouting. Execute with presence. Once the path is clear, act with the precision of a ferryman guiding a boat across the current. No struggle, just alignment. The Bio-Codex key. The answer is already in the river. You just have to be quiet enough to hear it. 3.2 for Sattvic speed. The law of consistent change. In the Bio-Codex, we reject the toxic growth model of the Rajasic mind. Mental detox is a marathon, not a sprint. We prioritize Sattvic, balanced, speed over Rajasic, high intensity, speed. The gunner physics of progress. Rajasic change, the rebound. I will meditate for 5 hours a day. I will never eat sugar again. I will read 10 books a week. The result: high heat, high friction, followed by a total system crash. The ego burns out, and you return to your old habits with extra vengeance, mental armor. Sattvic change, the compound. I will meditate for 10 minutes, consistently, at 6 a.m. I will replace 1 cup of coffee with herbal tea. The result: low heat, low friction, permanent neuroplasticity. Like a gentle slope, you slowly but surely reach the summit of mental clarity. The Artha-Sattva alignment. Successful business is built on sattvic consistency. Dharmic goals. When you align your daily activities with your long-term mission, dharma, your effort feels weightless. The compounding mind. 1% improvement in mental clarity every day leads to 37x improvement over a year. The merchant wants the 37x today. The ferryman knows that only the 1% is sustainable. Implementation. The gentle slope protocol. Lower the bar. What is the smallest version of the habit you want to build? E.g., 2 minutes of breathing instead of 20. Protect the chain. Focus on the frequency, not the intensity. Doing 1 minute every single day is 100x better than doing 60 minutes once a month. Ordered the heat. If you are feeling feverish or stressed about your self-improvement, you have slipped into Rogers. Take a deep shiver reset, level 2, and return to the sattvic middle path. The Bio-Codex key. Speed is a byproduct of clarity. Slow down to go faster. 3.3 Conflict resolution and Agni, the trial of fire. In the Manomaya kosher, conflict is not something to be avoided, but something to be utilized. In the Bio-Codex, conflict is viewed as a trial by fire, Agni, that tests the purity of our intentions and the strength of our biological systems. 4. Summary of crunched sources. This chapter has been synthesized from the following Bio-Codex entries. The trial of Agni, the symbolic purification of the life force, Seter. Inner demons, managing the core arvors of anxiety and external stress. Refracted light, understanding how conflict distorts our perception of reality. The reunion, the return to wholeness after the fire of crisis. 3.3.1 Introduction, the processor of reality. The world is not as it is, the world is as you are. In the Manomaya kosher, we move from the current, prana, to the code, mind. If the internal software is corrupt, no amount of energy will lead to success. The Manomaya architecture. The Manomaya kosher is the mental sheath. In the Bio-Codex, this is the processor of your biological computer. It receives sensory data, processes it through the lens of your past conditioning, samskaras, and generates the reality you experience. The software layer. Level 1 was the hardware. Level 2 was the electricity. Level 3 is the operating system. Malware and bugs, negative beliefs, deep-seated fears, and cognitive biases are biological malware that hijack your execution. Level 1 and 2. The goal of conflict resolution. Conflict in the Bio-Codex is not an error. It is a system prompt for an upgrade. The battlefield, Kurukshetra. This level is defined by the internal battle between your lower impulses and your higher mission. Internal sovereignty. We move from reactive victimhood to conscious mastery by refining the internal code. We will explore how the Pandava virtues serve as your management cabinet, and how the inner Kauravas represent the saboteurs you must subordinate to your mission. 3.3.2 The Trial of Agni, Purification through Pressure. In the Ramayana, the ultimate test of purity is the Agni Pariksha, the trial of fire. In the Bio-Codex, this represents the moment when your intentions are tested by real-world crisis. The purpose of the fever. When you face a high-heat situation in business or life, a legal battle, a market crash, a personal betrayal, your biological system reacts. The emotional fever. You feel the heat of anger, fear, or shame. The biologic. This heat is meant to burn off your attachments and false identities. Only that which is sattvic, true and balanced, can pass through the fire untouched. The Agni audit. When the heat rises, ask yourself, what is burning? Is it your mission, dharma, or just your pride, ego? The ego burns easily. The dharma is fireproof. What is the ash? The ash, vibhuti, is the lesson learned. It is the refined data that you carry into the next phase of your level 1, Annamaya, life. Implementation, the cooling command. Stand in the fire. When a crisis hits, don't run. Feel the physical sensation of the heat, increased heart rate, tightness. Identify the ego hook. Where are you attached? Are you afraid of looking bad? Are you afraid of losing money? Offer it to the flame. Mentally throw that attachment into the fire. I offer my reputation to the fire. I offer my profit to the fire. The result: once you stop protecting the inflammable parts of your identity, the situation loses its power to burn you. You emerge with the clarity to act effectively. The Bio-Codex key. You don't survive the fire by fighting it. You survive by becoming the part of yourself that cannot burn. 3.3.3 The Pandava virtues, the inner warriors. In the Mahabharata, the 5 Pandavas represent the 5 biological and spiritual virtues required to maintain health and sovereignty in the face of conflict. The 5 pillars of resilience. Each brother represents a specific subroutine of high performance. Yudhishthira, Dharma is truth, the commitment to the highest principle, even when it is inconvenient. This is your system integrity. Bhima, strength, vitality, the raw power of the physical body, level 1, and the courage to take up space. This is your biological force. Arjuna, focus or precision, the ability to see the eye of the bird through the noise of the battlefield. This is your mental concentration. Nacular, structure or balance, the virtue of organizing the environment and maintaining aesthetic order, Vastu. This is your system harmony. Sahardeva, wisdom of future vision, the ability to see the long-term consequences of current actions. This is your strategic intelligence. The Pandava protocol. Conflict resolution requires all 5 virtues working in union, yoga. The problem: most business leaders rely only on Bhima, brute force, or nacular, organization. They lack the Arjuna focus or the Yudhishthira integrity. The integration: when faced with a crisis, you must call the brothers. You ordered the situation through all 5 lenses. Implementation, the Council of 5. When resolving a difficult situation. Integrity check, Yudhishthira. Is the solution honest? Vitality check, Bhima. Do we have the energy to sustain this path? Focus check, Arjuna. What is the single most important target? Order check, Nakula. Does this simplify or complicate our structure? Wisdom check, Sahadeva. How will we feel about this in 10 years? The Bio-Codex key. You don't resolve conflict by being nice. You resolve it by being whole. 3.3.4 Inner Kauravas. Managing the saboteurs. In the Mahabharata, the 100 Kauravas represent the lower impulses of the human mind: greed, envy, attachment, and the obsession with winning at any cost. The saboteur logic. We all have inner Kauravas background scripts that run in our Manomaya kosher and sabotage our high performance. Duryodhana, the king of greed, the part of you that is never satisfied and views everyone as a competitor. Shakuni, the master of manipulation, the voice in your head that tries to hack the system or take shortcuts, leading to long-term dharmic debt. Dhritarashtra, the blind king, the part of you that refuses to see the truth of a situation because it is too painful to acknowledge. The battlefield, Kurukshetra. Conflict resolution is not about eliminating these parts. You can't kill a part of your own psyche. It is about subordination. The Pandavas, the virtues, discipline, strength, focus, beauty, and wisdom. The hierarchy, the inner Kauravas must be put back in their place. They are servants, not kings. They should be used for their energy, but never allowed to hold the scepter of decision-making. Implementation, the roll call. When you are tempted to make a questionable business decision. Name the driver. Is this coming from the wise Yudhishthira, Dharma, or the greedy Duryodhana, Rajasic ego? Acknowledge the blindness. Are you acting like the blind king, ignoring the warning signs, biosignals, because you want the short-term win? Restore the throne. Consciously hand the decision back to your inner Krishna, your higher values. The Bio-Codex key. You don't win the war by having no enemies. You win by making sure the right king is on the throne. 3.3.5 Resolving the dice game. Ending the bio-gambling. In the Mahabharata, the tragedy begins with a dice game where Yudhishthira gambles away his kingdom, his brothers, and himself. In the Bio-Codex, this represents the dopamine gambling of the modern mind. The logic of the gamble. Every time you choose a short-term addictive behavior over your long-term dharma, you are playing the dice game. The stakes. You aren't just gambling money, you are gambling your reserves, level 1, your current, level 2, and your sovereignty, level 3. The cheat. The Kauravas, lower impulses, always cheat. The house of dopamine always wins. You are chasing a high that is programmed to leave you in energetic debt. The resolution. Standing your ground. Yudhishthira's mistake was that he didn't know when to walk away from a corrupt game. The exit protocol. To resolve mental conflict, you must stop playing the game by the enemy's rules. You stop chasing the rebound of a bad situation. Reclaiming the kingdom, you accept the loss of the stolen energy and return to the forest, monk mode, to rebuild your strength based on truth, not luck. Implementation, the game over protocol. Identify the dice. What addictive loop are you currently betting your piece on? Checking stats, arguing on social media, obsessive market watching? Declare the cheat. Acknowledge that this game is rigged against your biological health. Walk away, literally close the tab, put down the phone, or leave the room. Reclaim your dharmic territory immediately. The result: the conflict dies because it has no player to feed on. The Bio-Codex key: you don't win the dice game by playing better, you win by refusing to throw the dice. 3.3.6 Conclusion: the peace of the victor. The war is over not when you have killed your enemies, but when you have integrated the lessons of the battlefield. Summary of the trial. Through the fire of Agni, the conflict of the Kauravas, and the exit from the dice game, you have achieved Kriya Yoga in your Manomaya kosher. The refinement: you no longer view pressure as a threat, but as a biological optimizer. The sovereignty: you have uninstalled the malware of reactivity and installed the Gita OS of detached action. The state of reunion. The goal of conflict resolution is the yoga, union, of your internal states. When you stand in your dharma, the conflict between your inner monk and your inner warrior disappears. They become two hands of the same being. The path to dharma. Mastering conflict is the prerequisite for dharma focus. You cannot know your purpose if your CPU is busy fighting ghosts. Next step: align your mission and biology in 3-point for dharma focus. 3-point for dharma and the focus of cells, the biological why. In the Manomaya kosher, health is maintained by a clear sense of purpose, dharma. In the Bio-Codex, dharma is not just a moral code, it is the operational manual for your cells. When you know your why, your immune system and your psyche align toward a single goal. 4. Summary of crunched sources. This chapter has been synthesized from the following Bio-Codex entries. Jyotish and cosmic mapping, linking celestial cycles with human natural cycles. Vastu time cycles, enhancing harmony through rhythmic planning. Shri Gurvastakam, the role of the teacher or internal guide in finding dharma. Biological purpose: why your cells need a mission to survive. 3.4.1 Introduction: the biological why. A cell without a purpose is a cell that has already begun to die. Dharma is the why that keeps the biological system in a state of high integrity growth. The mission statement of the soul. In the Manomaya kosher, mental layer, health is maintained by a clear sense of purpose, dharma. In the Bio-Codex, dharma is not just a moral code, it is the operational manual for your cells. When you know your why, your immune system and your psyche align toward a single goal. The pilot, intellect, while the mind, level 3, is the engine, dharma is the destination. Without it, the engine just generates heat and friction. The evolutionary pressure: we are biologically designed to seek meaning. When meaning is absent, the system enters a state of existential stress, which is more toxic than physical fatigue. Bio-Codex alignment. We map this journey through the celestial mapping of Jyotish, the logic of biological specialization, and the mastery of cyclic time. By the end of this journey, your daily habits will not be tasks, but acts of dharmic expression. 3.4.2 Jyotish, the cosmic data map. As is the macrocosm, so is the microcosm. Jyotish is the science of reading the celestial weather to navigate the biological journey. Time as light, Jyoti. In the Bio-Codex, Jyotish, Vedic astrology, is redefined as the science of biological timing. Just as the sun governs your circadian rhythm, level 1, the larger celestial cycles influence your long-term seasons of growth, harvest, and rest. The weather forecast, knowing your current dasha, time period, is like knowing the weather. You don't try to plant seeds in the middle of a biological winter. The 9 planets as neuroarchetypes. Each planet, Grahar, represents a functional department of your brain and business. Sun, Surya, the kernel of central leadership. The Y. Moon, Chandra, the UI of customer service emotions. Mars, Mongol, the processor, security of execution force. Mercury, Buddha, the networking a logic API layer. Jupiter, Guru, the strategy a wisdom a growth engine. Venus, Shukra, the UX of aesthetics a value perception. Saturn, Sharni, the database architecture o limits discipline. Rahu o Ketu, the innovations and the technical debts. Implementation, the cosmic alignment. Stop fighting the season. If your Mars is in a weak cycle, don't start a high-stress aggressive expansion. Focus on Saturnian stabilization. Harmonize the mind. Use specific colors, sounds, mantras, and rhythms to balance the grahar that is currently causing noise in your Manomaya kosher. The result: you stop swimming against the cosmic current. Your actions achieve superconductivity, highest results with lowest effort. The Bio-Codex key: wisdom is knowing which cycle you are in. Mastery is knowing how to use it. 3.4.3 Biological purpose: the specialist's code. In the Bio-Codex, Dharma is not a moral obligation. It is functional precision. Every element in a system has a specific role. When that role is fulfilled, the system is in health, svasthar. The specialty of cells. Every cell in your body is a specialist. A heart cell has a different dharma than a liver cell. The pathogen of misalignment. In the Bio-Codex, disease is often a cell or an employee forgetting its dharma and trying to do someone else's job. The cancer logic: if a part of the system tries to grow only for itself, ignoring the needs of the whole, it becomes a parasite. The goal: to achieve systemic resonance, where your individual operating code contributes to the total health of your family and business. The Artha Dharma quadrants. In business, you must find your biological niche within the 4 stages of value. Stage 1, the seer, vision. Are you coded for innovation and the northeast seed energy? Stage 2, the producer, heat. Are you coded for transformation and the southeast fire energy? Stage 3, the builder, Stable. Are you coded for Foundation and the Southwest Earth energy? Stage 4. The Networker. Flow. Are you coded for Distribution and the Northwest Earth energy? Implementation. The Cellular Audit. Audit your effort. Tasks that align with your Dharma feel like falling downhill. Tasks that don't feel like climbing a mudslide. Optimize your position. Stop trying to be a liver cell if you were born to be a heart cell. Delegate the non-dharmic tasks to specialists who love them. The result: you eliminate self-friction. Your cells stop producing stress chemicals because they are finally allowed to do what they were coded for. The Bio-Codex key. High performance is not about doing more. It's about being more accurate to your origin code. 3.4.4 Time Mastery. Rhythms of the Vaikuntha. In the Bio-Codex, time is not linear, it is cyclical. True time management is about rhythmic alignment with the larger pulses of nature. Level 3 Vastu Time. The 3 pulses of Vaikuntha. To maintain biological focus, you must synchronize with 3 primary gates. The solar pulse, daily, aligning your work types with the sun. Deep work during Pitta hours, planning during Vata hours. The lunar pulse, monthly, tracking the emotional and creative tides. Expand during the waxing moon, refine and detox during the waning moon. The Guru Pulse, yearly strategical, focusing on the big Dharma, the core projects that take 12 months, 1 Jupiter cycle, to mature. Ending the time conflict. Most mental stress comes from trying to do lunar, retreat, work during a solar, expansion, time. This creates internal friction. The synchronized master, a Bio-Codex leader, doesn't fight time. They wait for the window to open. Zero friction productivity. When the cosmic timing, biological timing, and business timing align, years of work can be completed in weeks. Implementation. The Karlar, time, calendar. Block the ritual gate. 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. is the Brahma Muhurta. This is your OS update time. No external input, just internal alignment. Harmonize the dashas. Check your current Jyotish period. If it's a period for learning, stop pushing for local sales and invest in your skills. The Sabbath of the cells. Dedicate 1 full day a week to non-linear time. No clocks, no schedules. Allow the cells to reset their baseline. The Bio-Codex key. You don't save time, you tune into it. Foreknowledge Vijnanamaya. 4.0 Introduction. The Chemistry of Wisdom. In Level 3, we fought the war. In Level 4, we heal the wounded. We move from the logic of the mind to the chemistry of the intellect. The Vijnanamaya architecture. The Vijnanamaya kosher is the sheath of discernment and higher intellect. In the Bio-Codex, this is the algorithm of your personality. It is where your core stories live, the deep beliefs that dictate your emotional chemistry. The story layer. If Level 3 was the operating system, Level 4 is the application layer. It is how you interpret the data of life. Chemistry as consequence. Your emotions are not random. They are the biochemical output of the stories you believe. If you believe a story of scarcity, your body produces cortisol. If you believe a story of abundance, Leela, Your body produces oxytocin and serotonin. The goal of wisdom. The transition to level 4 is the move from discipline to enlightened play. The Vrindavan of the heart. This level is defined by Krishna Leela and the Bhagavatam. It is the shift from the Gita's battlefield to the meadows of love. Hormonal alchemy. We use ancient archetypes and sacred stories, Leelas, to literally rewire your endocrine system, moving you from a state of survival to a state of resonance. We will explore how to transition your chemistry from fear to love, how to use the 10 avatars as biological evolutionary logs, and how to find the beloved in every interaction. 4.1 Emotional healing. The nectar of story. Knowledge alone can be cold. But when knowledge is infused with emotion, bhakti, it becomes rasarna and nectar that heals the very marrow of your bones. 6. Summary of crunched sources. This chapter has been synthesized from over 400 articles, specifically Vrindavan of the Heart, Part 4, Lifting Govardhan and Seeing Krishna Everywhere. The 10 Avatars, Biological Evolutionary Logs. The Sequential Reboot, Clinical Strategies for Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. Emotional Alchemy, Changing Chemistry Through Story. 4.1.1 Introduction. The Nectar of Story. Knowledge alone can be cold. But when knowledge is infused with emotion, bhakti, it becomes rasarna and nectar that heals the very marrow of your bones. The intellect, buddhi. The Vijnanamaya kosha is governed by buddhi, higher intellect. While the mind, manas, reacts, the buddhi decides. The interpretation, the buddhi is the judge in your system. It decides if a situation is a threat or a play. The emotional legacy. Most of our incurable physical tensions, level 1, are actually frozen emotional stories held in the Vijnanamaya kosha. Radical rejuvenation. At this level, healing is not about fixing a symptom. It's about updating the algorithm. Story audit. Identifying the tragic stories that keep your body in a state of pitta inflammation or vata anxiety. Rasarna infusion. Replacing those stories with divinity, Krishna logic. This changes the hormonal signaling from the brain to the cells. The result, the body begins to self-repair. Inflammation drops, sleep deepens, and your presence becomes sweet, sattvic, to those around you. We will explore the specific chemistry of these divine stories and how to perform a sequential emotional reboot. 4.1.2 From cortisol to oxytocin, the alchemical shift. In the Bio-Codex, emotions are viewed as hormonal signatures. Every thought you think is a command to your endocrine system. The two chemistries. Feature. The survival chemistry, cortisol e adrenaline. The resonance chemistry, oxytocin u serotonin u dopamine. Theme. Contraction e war e lack. Expansion, love or abundance. Scripture. The battlefield, Kauravas. The Rosar dance, Gopis. Bio-impact. Inflammation or aging attention. Healing or rejuvenation or relaxation. Result: survival at the cost of health. Flourishing as a byproduct of joy. The Rasa logic. In Vedic aesthetics, rasa is the juice or flavor of an experience. Dry knowledge, knowing you should be calm, level 3, but feeling stressed anyway. This is a CPU without coolant. Sweet wisdom, feeling the bhakti, love, for your mission or for the divine. This juice lubricates the nervous system and makes high performance effortless. Implementation, the chemistry swap. Spot the contraction. When you feel cortisol rising, jaw clenched, breath shallow, stop the Gita logic, fighting it, and move to Leela logic, play. Invoke the beloved, mentally reframe the stressor as a mask of the divine. See the customer or the challenge as Krishna in a difficult disguise. The oxytocin flush. This shift in perspective triggers an immediate release of oxytocin, the love hormone. Oxytocin is the biological antidote to cortisol. It lowers blood pressure and repairs arterial walls. The Bio-Codex key. You don't fight stress with more effort. You dissolve it with a higher flavor. 4.1.3 The 10 Avatars. Biological evolutionary logs. The Dashavatara, 10 avatars of Vishnu, are not just myths, they are biological logs of the evolution of the human nervous system. The evolutionary ladder. Each avatar corresponds to a stage of biological and emotional development. Matsya, fish, the primitive, aquatic subconscious. Kurma, tortoise, the first foundation of the spine. Varahar, boar, the drive to extract and stabilize, level 1 Vastu. Narasimhar, man-lion, the emergence of fury and the protection of borders. Varmarna, dwarf, the emergence of strategic intellect. Parashuramar, warrior with axe, the stage of rugged discipline, Rajars. Ramar, the ideal man, the stage of dharma and social order, level 3. Krishna, the divine player, the stage of Leela and love, level 4. Buddha or Balarama, the awakened, the stage of pure consciousness, level 5. Kalki, the future, the total system reset. Using the logs for healing. Emotional blocks occur when your nervous system gets stuck in an earlier avatar's logic. Stuck in Varahar, you are obsessed with accumulating dirt, money or assets, but have no joy. Stuck in Narasimhar, you are constantly in rage or hypervigilance. Healing. Emotional healing is the process of consciously moving your system logic from the lower avatars, survival, to the higher avatars, play a Krishna. Implementation. The avatar scan. Identify your default avatar. In a crisis, do you become a fish, hiding, a lion, roaring, or a player, smiling? The upward push. Consciously invite the next avatar's logic. If you are angry, Narasimhar, ask, how would Rama handle this with Dharma? How would Krishna handle this with a smile? The result. By aligning with the source code of human evolution, you release the biological tension of being stuck. The Bio-Codex key. You are the sum of all 10 avatars. Use the whole system. 4.1.4 Emotional Reboot. The Dasha-specific reset. Your Dasha, constitution, determines your default emotional malware. Healing requires a specific code reset for each type. The 3 emotional bugs. The Vata bug, fear, anxiety. Your software is running too many what-if threads. The solution is grounding, shark tea. The reset. I am the witness of the river, not the leaf being swept away. Focus on the shiver stillness, level 2. The pitter bug, anger or perfectionism. Your processor is overheating. You view every delay as an attack on your ego. The solution is sweetness, bhakti. The reset. I am the servant of the divine, not the master of the results. Offer your work as a Leela. The Karfur bug, stagnation or attachment. Your database is full of old data. You are clinging to the past. The solution is movement, dynamic prayer. The reset. I am the flux of life, constantly renewing. Use Agni, level 3, to burn through the clutter. Implementation. The sequential reboot. Stop the loop. Notice the symptom. Pitter heat in the chest, Vata shaking in the hands. Apply the antidote story. 4 Pitter. Tell the story of the little Krishna stealing your worries like butter. 4 Vata. Tell the story of the Hanuman carrying the mountain of your burdens. 4 Karfur. Tell the story of Chaitanya dancing in the joy of the sound. The result. The physical body follows the story. The heart rate stabilizes, the digestion improves, and the mental emmer disappears. The Bio-Codex key. You can't think your way out of a feeling, but you can tell your way out. 4.1.5 Govardhan Hill, lifting the burden. In the Bhagavatam, Indra, the god of mind ego, sends a storm of pride and punishment to destroy the people of Vrindavan. Krishna lifts the Govardhan Hill on his little finger to provide shelter for everyone. The storm as modern stress. Modern life is an Indra storm, constant pressure, demands for tax, time or attention, and the threat of destruction, failure. The error. You try to fight the storm. You build higher walls and work harder, Rajas. This leads to exhaustion and broken hardware, level 1. The Govardhan logic. You realize that you don't have to carry the mountain. You surrender the burden to the higher intellect, Krishna. Lifting with the little finger. Krishna's use of the little finger represents zero-effort mastery. Biological trust. When you act from your Dharma, level 3, the solution to a massive problem appears effortless. The community shelter. When you lift your hill, your business mission, you provide shelter for others. This shared resonance is the ultimate protection from stress. Implementation. The finger lift meditation. Identify the mountain. What is the single biggest burden you are currently carrying alone? A massive debt, a broken relationship, a failing project. The surrender. Mentally place that mountain on Krishna's finger. I don't carry this. The universe carries this. The play. If you aren't carrying the mountain, what would you do? Sing, dance, serve? Do that instead. The result. The Indra of your ego stops fighting. The storm passes. You find that the problem is either solved or no longer has the power to destroy you. The Bio-Codex key. You were never meant to carry the world. You were only meant to play in it. 4.1.6 Beloved Everywhere. The final expansion. The ultimate stage of Vijnanamaya healing is the transition from me versus them to the beloved everywhere. Seeing the flute player. In the high resonance state of level 4, you begin to see that even your enemies or competitors are just the divine in a different mask. The mirror of the soul. If you see ugliness in another, you are seeing your own mental armor, level 3, projected onto them. The vision of grace. When your intellect, buddhi, is pure, you see the grace even in the crises. You see that every event is a part of the divine play, Leela, designed to wake you up. The chemistry of compassion. When you see the beloved in a difficult employee or a demanding client, judgment dies. You stop producing the bitter heat of judgment. Connection born. You produce a flood of oxytocin. The result. The other person feels your sweetness and their own biological system starts to resonate with yours. Tension dissolves, and impossible negotiations become graceful exchanges. Implementation. The Karmardinu practice. The person. Visualize someone who currently causes you emotional stress. The mask. See the hateful behavior as a mask that they are wearing because they are afraid or in pain. The flute. Hear the sound of the Krishna's flute, the sound of the soul, underneath their words. The response. Speak to the soul, not the mask. The result. You remain in the nectar, Ananda, regardless of their behavior. This is true emotional freedom. The Bio-Codex key. Love is the most efficient management strategy. It has the lowest overhead and the highest ROI. 4.2 Krishna Leela and archetypes. The play of consciousness. In the Vijnanamaya Koshas, stories, Leelas, are used as biological bypasses to rewire the nervous system. While the mind, level 3, needs discipline, the wisdom body, level 4, needs inspiration and rasa, juice. The stories of Krishna provide the emotional architecture for a life beyond survival. 4. Summary of crunched sources. This chapter has been synthesized from the following Bio-Codex entries. Vrindavan of the Heart, the Radha Krishna journey as an alchemical map of the Koshas. Krishna's childhood, finding the divine in the physical world. The mentor, Gita logic, Krishna as the higher intelligence of the system. Rasa, the juice of life, understanding how story feeds the endocrine system. 4.2.1 Introduction. The play of consciousness. The difference between a burden and a dance is your perception of the music. In level 4, we learn to hear the flute. From battle to play. In level 3, Gita, we focused on the war, the discipline, and the battlefield. In level 4, Leela, we move to the meadow, the play, and the presence. The serious mind. The ego mind treats everything as life or death. This keeps the processor, level 3, at 100% usage, leading to thermal throttling and eventual burnout. The playful intellect, the higher intellect, buddhi, understands that the world is a Leela, divine play. This realization allows the system to operate at high speed with 0% stress. The power of archetypes. We don't just think about these stories, we inhabit them. Archetypal loading, bringing the energy of Krishna into your boardroom or your living room. Rasa infusion, feeling the sweetness, juice, of a situation instead of the salt of the struggle. The result, your leadership becomes attractive rather than coercive. You lead through bhakti, devotion and resonance, rather than dander, the stick of discipline. We will explore how the landscapes and characters of Vrindavan act as the ultimate software upgrades for your emotional intelligence. 4.2.2 Vrindavan of the Heart, the internal sanctuary. In the Bio-Codex, Vrindavan is not a place you visit, it is a frequency you maintain. It is the internal sanctuary where your soul is always safe, always loved, and always at play. Building the sanctuary. Your internal Vrindavan is the counterpole to your level 1 environment, the petri dish. The outer world, chaos, noise, demands, and shadows. The inner Vrindavan, green pastures, the slow-moving Yamuna river, and the call of the flute. The bridge, your higher intellect, Vijnanamaya, acts as the bridge. You carry the vibe of Vrindavan into the chaos of the city. The geography of peace. Each feature of the Vrindavan story corresponds to a biological state. The Yamuna river, the flow of your Bhakti Prana, level 2 energy infused with love. The Kadamba tree, the central axis of your spine, Sushumna, where you find shade from the heat of the ego. The cows, your basic biological needs and senses, now grazing peacefully in the meadow of your trust. Implementation, the Vrindavan overlay. Stop the noise. Close your eyes for 60 seconds. Activate the map. Visualize your heart as the meadows of Vrindavan. Feel the temperature change, cool breeze, and the soundscape change, flute of birds. The return. Open your eyes but keep the overlay active. View your spreadsheet or your meeting through the trees of Vrindavan. The result. You are physically present in the stress, but chemically present in the sanctuary. This is the ultimate stress bypass. The Bio-Codex key. You don't leave the world to find peace. You bring peace into the world from your internal sanctuary. 4.2.3 The flute player, the attractor of the soul. In the Bio-Codex, Krishna's flute is the sound of your own deepest intuition. It is the frequency that calls you back to your true nature when you have been lost in the forest of the mind, Manomaya. The attraction logic. Unlike the Gita where Krishna commands action, in Vrindavan Krishna simply attracts. Magnetism versus force. Most leaders use force, rajas, to move their systems. A Bio-Codex leader uses magnetism, bhakti. They become the flute player who others want to follow. The sound of the soul. The flute sound is the OM, level 2, refined into a melody. It is the signature of a soul that is in resonance with the universe. Hearing the call. You hear the flute when you stop the static of your internal dialogue. Level 3 Detox. Inspiration. True ideas don't come from thinking. They come from listening to the flute's call. The pivot. When you hear the call, you are willing to leave the safe, but dead, logic of the ego for the unknown, but alive, logic of the soul. Implementation. The flute meditation. Silence the merchant. Quiet your calculating mind. Level 3. Listen for the pull. Feel a subtle magnetic pull in the center of your heart. It feels like home. The spontaneous action. Follow that pull. Write that email, take that rest, or dance that dance. Don't ask why, just respond to the call. The result. You move with the flow of the whole, or a resonance. The Bio-Codex key. The soul doesn't follow orders, it follows beauty. 4.2.4 Radha Shakti, the energy of joy. In the Bio-Codex, Radha is the personification of Lardini Shakti, the pleasure-giving energy of the universe. In Level 4, we use this archetype to unlock the highest potential of human emotion. The logic of infinite joy. Unlike the static peace of the monk, Radha represents dynamic bliss. The power of service. Radha's only goal is the happiness of Krishna, the source. In your life, this corresponds to the moment you stop working for your ego and start working for a beloved cause. Expansion versus contraction. Fear contracts the cells. Joy, bhakti, expands them. Radha is the frequency that allows for infinite biological expansion without the heat of friction. The mirror of the beloved. Radha and Krishna are one soul in two bodies. Radiance. When you are in the Radha state, you become a radiator of energy. You don't consume energy from others, you provide it. Resonating leadership. This is the highest level of leadership. You don't command people, you inspire them to join the dance of your vision. Implementation. The Joy Flood Protocol. Identify the source. What is the beloved in your work? The people you help, the beauty you create, the truth you reveal? Act for the other. For the next hour, do every task purely for the benefit of the beloved. Zero thought of your own profit or status. The result. You feel a flood of energy, Shakti, that doesn't come from caffeine or willpower. It is the natural electricity of a soul in love. The Bio-Codex key. Joy is not a reward for hard work, it is the fuel for it. 4.2.5 The Mentor. Krishna as strategic intelligence. In the Bio-Codex, Krishna as the charioteer, Parthasarathi, represents the higher intellect, Vijnanamaya, that guides the horses of the senses through the chaos of reality. The detached strategist. The Krishna logic is the ultimate business algorithm. Act with intensity, but remain detached from the results. The problem. Most leaders are attached to the outcome. This creates anxiety, which clouds judgment and leads to errors. The Krishna solution. You do your absolute best, Arjuna's archery, because it is your dharma, but you leave the winning or losing to the universe, Krishna. Winning without fighting. Krishna famously won the war without ever picking up a weapon. He won through presence, alliances, and timing. Presence, being the smartest person in the room because you are the most relaxed. Alliances, knowing that who is on the chariot is more important than how many are in the army. Timing, knowing exactly when to sound the Panchajanya, the conch shell of victory. Implementation, the charioteer audit. When you are overwhelmed by a complex project, hand over the reins. Mentally tell your higher self, you drive. I'll just shoot the arrows. Focus on the target. What is the single most important action, Dharma, right now? Ignore the noise of the rest of the battlefield. The smile. If Krishna is driving, you can afford to smile even in a crisis. Find the humor in the difficulty. The result. You act with 100% precision and 0% heavy lifting. The Bio-Codex key. You don't need to be the strongest. You just need to be driven by the smartest. 4.2.6 Conclusion. The Roser dance of business. When the work itself becomes the dance, you have mastered the Vijnanamaya kosher. The final integration. Through the stories of Vrindavan, the energy of Radha, and the strategy of Krishna, you have transformed your internal world. The chemistry. You have transitioned from high-friction survival, cortisol, to zero-friction resonance, oxytocin. The vision. You no longer see problems to be solved, but passages in the divine play. Living the Roser. Roser is the juice of life. A Bio-Codex leader is someone who extracts the nectar from every interaction. In success, you celebrate the play. In failure, you appreciate the drama. The result. You are unshakable. You are the still point in a turning world. The path to bhakti. The realization of the play leads naturally to the psychology of bhakti, the science of total devotion and integration. Next step. Master the psychology of surrender in 4.3 Psychology of Bhakti. 4.3 Psychology of Bhakti. Regulating the system. In the Vijnanamaya kosher, we utilize the psychology of bhakti, devotion, as the master regulator of the autonomic nervous system. While the Yoga Sutras provide the map, level 4, bhakti provides the guiding thread that ensures we don't get lost in the intellectualization of wisdom. 4. Summary of crunched sources. This chapter has been synthesized from the following Bio-Codex entries. Yoga Sutra, a journey through the chakras, the inner pilgrimage map. The fractal self, understanding our mirroring of the divine. Shakti's path of awakening, the return of energy to source. The immune protocol, linking devotion to biological defense. Varna, classes, koshas, psychological archetypes in the Vedic system. 4.3.1 Introduction, Patanjali's Map of the Heart. Yoga is the cessation of the fluctuations of the mind. But bhakti is the navigation of the heart. The 8 limbs, Ashtanga. In the Bio-Codex, Patanjali's Yoga Sutras provide the clinical map of progress. While levels 1 and 2 focus on the early limbs, yamas, niyamas, asana, pranayama, level 4 focuses on the inner pilgrimage. Pratyahara, the withdrawal of the senses from external noise. Dharana and Dhyana, the concentration and meditation that allow you to see the fractal nature of your own soul. Ishvara Pranidharana, the most important sutra for level for the surrender to the source. The logic of surrender. Surrender is not a sign of weakness, it is a sign of intelligence. The limits of the ego. Your individual ego, ahamkara, has limited processing power. The server connection. Surrender is the act of connecting your local computer, your personality, to the mainframe, the universal intelligence. The result. You stop trying to solve every problem with your own effort. You allow the flow, levels 2 and 4, to carry you. We will explore how this psychological map allows for the total regulation of your biological systems. 4.3.2 The Fractal Self, Mirroring the Universe. The central insight of Level 4 is the concept of Yatha Pinde, Tatha Brahmand. As is the atom, so is the universe. As is the microcosm, so is the macrocosm. The biofractal. You are not in the universe. You are the universe experiencing itself through a specific biological filter. The cell as a kingdom. Your trillions of cells are individuals living within the atmosphere of your consciousness. The responsibility of the king. If your mind is in a state of Gita war, level 3, your cells feel the tension of the battlefield. If your mind is in a state of Bhakti Leela, level 4, your cells experience a golden age of health. Resonance as medicine. When you realize your fractal nature, healing becomes a matter of resonance. Macro alignment, aligning your goals with the laws of nature, Dharma. Micro impact, as you align with the big why, your internal systems, immune, hormonal, nervous, automatically find their center. The result, you stop fighting disease and start singing the frequency of health. Implementation, the fractal scan. Zoom out, see yourself from the perspective of the galaxy. Realize how small your current problem is. Zoom in, see your body as a vast civilization of cells. Realize how large you are to them. The connection, feel the thread that connects the galaxy to the cell through your heart. The result, a sense of profound security. You are both the protector and the protected. The Bio-Codex key. You are a miniature version of the infinite. Live accordingly. 4.3.3 The Immune Protocol. Love as defense. In the Bio-Codex, your immune system is the biological expression of your bhakti, connection. Resistance is not just physical, it is psychological. The chemistry of defense. Fear-based defense. When you are in Gita mode, level 3, your immune system acts like a paranoid army. It attacks everything, including your own hardware, autoimmunity. Love-based defense. When you are in bhakti mode, level 4, your immune system acts like a wise sage. It recognizes friends, probiotics and nutrients, and gently removes enemies, pathogens, without causing inflammation. Arjuna within the blood. The Arjuna of your blood is the T cell. A crisis. When the system is flooded with cortisol, Arjuna, the T cell, drops his bow. He is confused and overwhelmed. The Gita fix. Level 3 discipline gets the T-cell back to work. The Bhakti fix. Level 4 love replaces the need for fighting. The presence of Leela chemistry, oxytocin, creates an environment where pathogens cannot survive. Implementation. The immune blessing. Locate the conflict. Find an area of your body where there is pain or war, inflammation. Apply the juice. Instead of fighting the pain, love the cells. Speak to them like a bhakta, devotee. I see you. You are part of the play. Return to the dance. The result. The physical clench of the immune system releases. The healing current, level 2, enters the area. The Bio-Codex key. Love is the literal immunity to the decay of the world. 4.3.4 Varna. The psychology of type. The Varna system, nature-based temperaments, is used in the Bio-Codex to identify your default operational style. Knowing your Varna allows you to find your flow with zero psychological resistance. The 4 archetypes. Type. Varna. Goal. Role in the Leela. The knower. Brahmana. Truth. The internal advisor and system strategist. The warrior. Kshatriya. Order. The protector and manager of the boundaries. The provider. Vaishya. Growth. The generator of assets and sustainer of the system. The artist. Shudra. Service. The craftsman and master of the tangible world. Psychological conflict. Conflict often arises from Varna mismatch, trying to act like a warrior when your natural temperament is that of a knower, or vice versa. This creates intellectual friction, Vijnanamaya stress. Implementation. The nature audit. Identify your pulse. When you are left alone, do you naturally want to study and learn? Brahmana. Organize and leads. Kshatriya. Trade and grow. Vaishya. Make and create. Shudra. Align the day. Ensure at least 51% of your work tasks match your Varna. The result. Your high performance becomes effortless because you are no longer fighting your own nature. The Bio-Codex key. You don't have to be everything. You just have to be yourself, perfectly. 4.3.5 Conclusion. The return of Shakti. When the heart is open, the energy, Shakti, naturally flows back to its source, Shiva. The pilgrimage is complete. The state of reunion. Through the map of Patanjali, the realization of the fractal self, the healing of the immune system, and the alignment with your Varna, you have achieved Vijnanamaya Yoga. The intelligence. You are no longer smart in an egoic way. You are wise in a universal way. The surrender. You have mastered the art of doing by not doing. The final bridge. The psychology of bhakti is the final preparation for reserna rejuvenation. You cannot rejuvenate a system that is still fighting itself. Now that the war is over and the love has been found, the body is ready for radical repair. Next step, rebuild your biological temple in 4-point for Reserner rejuvenation. 4-point for Reserner and rejuvenation, the sweetness of life. In the Vijnanamaya Kosha, rejuvenation is not just about physical rest, it is about the feeding of the soul. Reserner is the Ayurvedic branch of science dedicated to longevity, rejuvenation, and the building of ojas, the biological essence of vitality. 4. Summary of crunched sources. This chapter has been synthesized from the following Bio-Codex entries. The Sovereign Patch, radical rest as a spiritual and biological requirement. Ayurveda for the modern world, rejuvenation therapies for 21st century burnout. The 13-year exile exit, reclaiming your power after a period of depletion. Reserner herbs and ojas, the science of longevity and essence. 4.4.1 Introduction, the Sovereign Patch. The most radical biohack of the 21st century is the permission to stop. Productivity versus presence. In our modern culture, the ego mind, level 3, is addicted to productivity. It views rest as a penalty rather than a fuel. The slave driver script, a background program that says your value is equal to your output. This script burns through your ojas, vitality, like fuel in a racing engine. The Sovereign Patch, a mental software update that installs the right to rest. It recognizes that a true sovereign, the soul, protects their kingdom, the body, by ensuring its longevity. Radical rest. Rest in the Bio-Codex is not just the absence of work, it is the presence of peace. Sensory fasting, closing the gates of the eyes and ears, level 3 detox, to allow the CPU to cool down. Feeding the soul, engaging in activities that provide roser, juice, but require zero effort, Rogers. The result, the system moves from the sympathetic, fight-o-flight, to the parasympathetic, rest-digest, state, where real biological repair occurs. We will explore the specific Ayurvedic sciences used to rebuild a depleted system and restore your biological glow. 4.4.2 Rebuilding the Charge, Reserner Science. Reserner is the branch of Ayurveda dedicated to longevity and rebirth. It is the science of maintaining the electrical charge of your cells over decades. The electrical battery. Think of your body as a battery. Stress, Rogers, rapidly drains the battery. Stillness, Sattva, slowly recharges the battery. Reserner herbs act as stabilizers that prevent the battery from leaking charge and improve its storage capacity. The pillars of rejuvenation. Dharana Reserner, mental, the practice of keeping the mind in a state of stable joy, level 4. This prevents the mental amor that drains energy. Ahara Reserner, dietary, consuming foods that are precharged with prana, ghee, honey, fresh fruits, raw milk. Dravya Reserner, herbal, using master stabilizers like ashwagandha, stress resilience, amalarki, immune integrity, and brahmi, neural repair. Implementation, the stabilization protocol. Check the leak. Where are you wasting energy? Social media loops, unnecessary arguments, chronic worry. Close these leaks first. Daily micro-rest. Dedicate 20 minutes in the afternoon to non-sleep deep rest, NSDR. The herb support. Integrate one master Reserner herb into your ritual, level 1 foundation. The result: you stop living on adrenaline and start living on your reserves. Your energy becomes consistent rather than spiky. The Bio-Codex key. You don't get younger by doing more, you get younger by wasting less. 4.4.3 Ojas, the biological gold. In the Bio-Codex, Ojas is the ultimate biological currency. It is the honey produced by the bees of your metabolism. The essence of vitality. Ojas is the final byproduct of the transformation of food into tissue, Dartus. The physical aura. High Ojas manifests as clear skin, bright eyes, a strong immune system, and a radiant glow that people can sense. The psychological shield. Ojas provides mental immunity. With high Ojas, insults don't hurt you, and crises don't destabilize you. You have a buffer of peace. The draining of Ojas. Ojas is liquid gold, but it is easily spilled. The drainers: excessive sex, excessive travel, excessive talking, and excessive fear, Varta vibration. The protectors: silence, devotion, bhakti, deep sleep, and the sattvic speed of level 3. Implementation: the Ojas reservoir. Stop the leakage. Identify one luxury habit that leaves you feeling empty afterwards. Mindless scrolling, binge watching, unnecessary gossip. Cut it for 7 days. The golden nutrient. Consume Ojas building foods, raw almonds, soaked and peeled, organic ghee, or an Ojas shake, dates, almonds, saffron, cardamom. The devotional charge. Spend 5 minutes a day in gratitude or bhakti. This sweetens the system and fixes the Ojas in the heart. The result: you feel substantial. You are no longer fragile or paper-thin in your responses to the world. The Bio-Codex key. Ojas is your biological capital. Invest it wisely. 4.4.4 Exit from exile. Reclaiming the kingdom. In the Mahabharata, the Pandavas are forced into 13 years of exile in the forest before they can reclaim their kingdom. In the Bio-Codex, this represents the mandatory period of recovery after a burnout or a major life crisis. The forest phase. Exile is not a punishment. It is a reconditioning. Stripping the ego. In the forest, burnout, you lose your status, your assets, and your productivity. This forced level 3 detox is where you find your true strength. The hidden year. The 13th year must be spent in disguise. This represents the period where you are healing in secret. No social media, no public announcements, just deep internal work. The return of the king. You don't fight your way back to success. You emerge back into it once your Ojas and Dharma are restored. Restoration of resources. Your energy, level 2, and your focus, level 3, are now higher than before the crisis. The new strategy: you now lead with the wisdom of the forest rather than the ambition of the palace. The result: the kingdom, your business, a life, returns to you because you are now the person capable of holding it without breaking. Implementation: the forest protocol. Accept the exile. If you are in a period of low tide, stop fighting it. Call it the forest phase. Go undercover. Reduce your public exposure. Focus on biological secrecy, private rituals, quiet growth. The emergent signal. Wait for the internal signal, the momento when you feel heavy with energy and light with spirit. That is the time to reclaim your throne. The Bio-Codex key. You don't lose time in the forest, you gain the depth needed for the palace. 4.4.5 Conclusion: the immortal resonance. Rejuvenation is the process of making the temporary biological system resonate with the eternal soul. When they are in sync, you have achieved resurner. The final integration of level 4. You have moved through the nectar of story, 4.1, the Leelas of Krishna, 4.2, the psychology of bhakti, 4.3, and the science of resurner, 4.4. The result: your Vijnanamaya kosher is no longer a collection of stressful programs, it is a symphony of grace. The biological impact: your hormonal baseline has shifted from survival to flourishing. You have rebuilt your ojas and found your internal sanctuary. The doorway to bliss. Level 4 is the highest level of individuality. To go further, you must move beyond the me entirely. The wisdom you have gained now allows you to step into the quantum field of bliss, level 5, without losing your biological groundedness. Next step: vibrate with the source in 5.1 mantra curtain. 5 Ascension Anandamaya. 5.0 Introduction: the quantum field of bliss. At the edge of biology, we find the field. In the Anandamaya kosher, the self ends and the universe begins. This is the stage of zero resistance. The Anandamaya architecture. The Anandamaya kosher is the sheath of bliss and pure connection. In the Bio-Codex, this is the quantum field from which all other layers emerge. The source code: level 1 was hardware, level 3 was OS, level 4 was app, level 5 is the origin code itself. 0 point energy: this is the state where the external friction of the world is zero. You are no longer doing yoga, you are being yoga, union. The goal of Ascension. Level 5 is about transcendence and sound. The science of sound: using mantra and curtain to vibrate the cells at their highest frequency. Quantum Vedas: realizing that the ancient seers were describing the same reality as modern quantum physics, a field of infinite possibilities governed by consciousness. Samadhi: achieving states of deep integration where the observer and the observed become one. We will explore how to access the quantum bliss that is your inherent nature, using sound, silence, and the science of the eternal. 5.1 Mantra: Curtain and the Golden Mutation. In the Anandamaya kosher, sound is the primary technology for biological and spiritual transformation. This chapter explores how mantra and curtain act as frequencies that recalibrate the DNA and move the system from survival to ecstasy. 5. Summary of crunched sources. This chapter synthesizes the following Bio-Codex research. Vrindavan of the Heart, Part 5, The Rasa Leela, Infinite Krishnas, and Virarhar Bhakti. The Life of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, The Golden Renaissance of Bhakti. The Painting Analogy, a systematic map of Nirguna and Saguna. Somatics and Mantra, the physics of sound healing and DNA recalibration. 5.1.1 Introduction, the technology of sound. In the beginning was the word, sound. In the end, only the sound remains. Mantra is the technology that returns the manifestation to the source. The science of sound, Sharpter. In the Anandamaya kosher, we move beyond the logic of the intellect, level 4, and into the frequency of the spirit. The primordial vibration. The universe is not made of stuff, it is made of standing waves. Sound is the bridge that allows our biological system to interface with these waves. The golden mutation. By vibrating the cells at specific frequencies, mantras, we can trigger a mutational shift in our DNA, moving from a state of survival contraction to a state of infinite expansion. The tool of the mind. Mantra, man equals mind, trar equals release, is a surgical tool designed to release the mind from the addictive gambling of the Manomaya kosher, level 3. Bypassing the ego. A mantra doesn't need to be understood by the intellect to work. It works on a cymatic level, physically rearranging the water molecules in your cells into more coherent, harmonic patterns. We will explore the history of this technology and how to use it to achieve immediate, repeatable states of bliss, Ananda. 5.1.2 The Golden Avatar, Chaitanya's Revolution. The Golden Avatar, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, represents the highest model of Bio-Codex leadership for the modern age, Kali Yuga. The simplification of the code. Before Chaitanya, 1486–1534, spiritual growth was often reserved for the elite who could master complex rituals and Sanskrit logic. The disruption. Chaitanya hacked the system by declaring that the highest frequency of the divine could be accessed by anyone, anywhere, through simple, shared sound vibration. Asintya Bedabeder, his core logic in conceivable oneness and difference. Realizing that we are part and parcel of the infinite, like a ray of sun is to the sun, removes the dualistic stress of level 3 and 4. The model of ecstasy. Chaitanya didn't lead through strength, level 3 Ramar, but through ecstasy, Ananda. Liquid beauty. He demonstrated that a human system could handle massive amounts of divine current without burning out, provided it was surrendered to the nectar of story, level 4. The revolutionary path, moving from the rules, Gita, to the dance, Sankirtana. Implementation, the simple logic. Stop the overanalysis. Realize that your intellect, level 4, cannot solve the infinite. Choose resonance. Instead of trying to understand life, try to vibrate with it. Join the dance of your Dharma. The result, you achieve a state of stable ecstasy where even the most mundane tasks feel infused with the golden resonance. The Bio-Codex key. The goal is not to be a perfect stone, it's to be a perfectly vibrating ocean. 5.1.3 Somatics. How sound shapes matter. In the Bio-Codex, sound is not just air moving. It is a geometric template for physical reality. Somatics is the study of how sound frequencies create visible patterns in matter. The body as liquid geometry. Your body is roughly 70% water. The incoherent state, stress, noise, and negative internal dialogue, level 3 malware, create chaotic patterns in your cellular water. This leads to information loss, aging, and disease. The harmonic state, high-frequency sound, mantra, organizes your cellular water into sacred geometries, perfect, efficient structures that facilitate the flow of prana, level 2. DNA as an antenna. Modern research suggests that DNA behaves like a fractal antenna that is sensitive to electromagnetic and acoustic frequencies. Mantra tuning. When you chant, you are physically tuning your DNA. You are switching off survival genes, cortisol scripts, and switching on longevity and bliss genes. Resonance tuning. This is why being in the presence of someone with high ojas, level 4, makes you feel better. Their sound signature is retuning yours. Implementation. The water reset. Vibrate the center. Sit tall. Chant the sound OM or a personal mantra. Feel the vibrations specifically in your chest and throat. Visualize the pattern. Imagine your cellular water forming perfect, crystalline structures with every sound. The result: within minutes, your heart rate stabilizes and your brain waves move into a high resonance state. The Bio-Codex key: you are what you listen to, but more importantly, you are what you vibrate. 5.1 point for the Mahar Mantra, 0 point frequency. The Hare Krishna Mahar Mantra is considered the master code for the Anandamaya Koshas in this age. The semantic and acoustic power. Hare, the energy of the divine, Shakti or Radha. Krishna, the attractor of the heart, consciousness. Rama, the source of all pleasure, Ananda. The 0 point exit. The power of the Mahar Mantra lies in its ability to move the user into the 0 point field, the gap between self and universe. Cleanses the mirror. It removes the data silt of level 3, Kaurava logic. Awakens the seed. It nourishes the Bhaktilata Bija, the seed of love, planted in level 4. The result: the user experiences a spontaneous ascension where the biological fatigue of life is replaced by an eternal freshness. Implementation. The Japar practice. The beat: use a strand of 108 beads, tulsi or neem. The cycle: chant the mantra once for every bead. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. The listening: focus 100% on the sound vibration. Don't worry about the meaning, just bath the mind in the frequency. The result: 16 rounds of this practice acts as a total system reset. The Bio-Codex key: the mantra is a life raft in the ocean of noise. Hold on to it. 5.1.5 Sankirtana, the power of many. While Japar, individual chanting, is the OS update, Sankirtana, congregational chanting, is the server boom. Quantum entrainment. When a group of people chant together, their heart rates and brain waves begin to entrain. They become a single biological superorganism. Amplification. The frequency of one person is added to another, creating an exponential increase in power. This is why a kirtan, musical chanting, can reach states of bliss in minutes that would take hours in solitary meditation. Shared resonance. The golden mutation happens faster in a group. The shared joy acts as a catalyst, dissolving individual ego barriers. The dance of liberation. Chaitanya insisted that kirtans should be accompanied by dancing. The physical flush. Dancing moves the lymph, expands the lungs, and releases the last Annamaya, level 1, tensions. The emotional release. Combined with the sound, the movement allows for a total emotional purge, moving through level 4 healing at high speed. Implementation. The kirtan experience. Join the sound. Find or create a group of like-minded resonators. Use the flute logic. Don't perform, just respond. Let the music lead you. The spontaneous movement. Allow your body to move with the rhythm. Stop controlling the hardware and let the software of bliss run the system. The result. A feeling of weightlessness and absolute connection to everyone and everything around you. The Bio-Codex key. You don't have to ascend alone. The dance is easier with friends. 5.1.6 Conclusion. The golden mutation. The mutation is complete when the sound is no longer something you hear, but something you are. The final refinement. Through the technology of sound, the golden avatar, the science of somatics, and the practice of Sankirtana, you have reached the first major milestone of ascension. The system state. You are no longer in survival mode. You are a high-resonance biological system operating in the Anand field. The power of sound. You have realized that sound is the most powerful tool you possess, capable of rebuilding your body, clearing your mind, and connecting you to the source. Into the stillness. The sound has served its purpose. It has cleared the noise and tuned the instrument. Now, we move into the silence behind the sound, the state where the music ends and the pure perception begins. Next step. Enter the void in 5.2 Meditation Samadhi. 5.2 Meditation and Samadhi, states of pure consciousness. In the Anandamaya Kosha, meditation is a state of absolute absorption where the individual consciousness merges back into the universal ocean. This chapter explores the map of consciousness and the clinical state of no mind. 5. Summary of crunched sources. This chapter has been synthesized from the following Bio-Codex entries. Meditation and Samadhi, deep dives into the states of absorption. Bliss, Ananda, the biological experience of the quantum field. No mind, Sunyar, the clinical state of presence. Vishnu, sustain, maintaining the balance of Sattvagan in the heart. 5.2.1 Introduction. The stillness of the void. Meditation is not something you do. It is something that happens when you stop doing everything else. The end of action, Nivritti. In levels 1 through 4, we were doing building the foundation, flowing the energy, detoxing the mind, and healing the story. In level 5, we explore Nivriti, the cessation of all biological and mental effort. The processor cooldown. Think of meditation as the moment you hibernate your biological computer. The hardware, level 1, is still active. The electricity, level 2, is still flowing. But the software, level 3 and 4, is paused. Suanyar, the void. This is the experience of the gap between thoughts, the no-mind state, where you witness the source directly. Falling into presence. You cannot force meditation. You can only set the conditions, level 1 to 4, and then fall into it. Alignment. When the koshas are transparent, the light of the soul, Atma, shines through naturally. Samadhi, the state of absolute absorption where the observer and the observed become one. We will explore the specific phases of consciousness that lead to this state and how to maintain superconsciousness in daily life. 5.2.2 The 4 states of consciousness, mapping the mind. To master meditation, you must understand the Mandukya Upanishad's map of consciousness. The cycle of 4. Jagrat, waking state, focused on external objects. The merchant-warrior phase of life. Level 1 to 3 focus. Svarpner, dreaming state, focused on internal objects and stories. The healer-artist phase. Level 4 focus. Susupti, deep sleep, no objects, just the seed of potentiality. This is the biological reset button. Turiya, the 4th, the pure witness that underlies all 3. It is the canvas on which waking, dreaming, and sleeping are painted. The goal, Jagrat Samadhi. The ultimate goal of the Bio-Codex is not to just experience Turiya in sleep or deep trance, but to achieve Jagrat Samadhi, remaining in the 4th state while actively awake. The witness mode. You drive the car, run the company, and play the game, but internally you are as still as deep sleep. The unshakable center. Because you were rooted in the Turiya, the storms of the manifest world, Maya, no longer bother you. Implementation. The witness scan. Observe the action. While doing a mundane task, washing dishes, typing, notice the part of you that is observing the body move. Locate the stillness. Find the silent background behind the noise of your thoughts. It is always there, like the space in a room. The result. You move from being the actor to being the space in which the actor moves. This is the beginning of Samadhi. The Bio-Codex key. You don't go to the source. You realize you never left it. 5.2.3 Samadhi, the oceanic merge. Samadhi is the ultimate stage of human biological and spiritual evolution. It is often described through the analogy of the salt doll. The salt doll analogy. A doll made of salt wants to measure the depth of the ocean. It jumps in, and as it measures, it dissolves. The individual, Atma, before the jump, the doll believes it is separate from the ocean. The merge, yoga, the moment it touches the water, the boundary between doll and ocean disappears. It becomes the ocean. The knowledge, the doll now knows the depth of the ocean because it is the ocean. Biological coherence. In Samadhi, the human system reaches a state of perfect coherence. Cardiovascular silence. The heart rate becomes slow and rhythmic, sattva, Neurological stillness. The brain waves synchronize into high-amplitude alpha or gamma states. The gold signal. The body starts producing high levels of endogenous opioids, internal bliss chemicals, that are more powerful than any external drug. Savikalpa versus Nirvikalpa. Savikalpa samadhi, absorption with an object. You are absorbed in the beauty of Krishna, the sound of the mantra, or the flow of the breath. Nirvikalpa samadhi, absorption without an object. Total merging into the void or the infinite light. The Bio-Codex key. You don't lose yourself in samadhi, you find everyone else. 5.2.4 No mind, the clinical state of presence. In the modern world, the greatest challenge to ascension is the addictive dialogue of the mind. No mind, amanaskata, is the state where that dialogue finally stops. The CPU analogy. The overloaded state. Your system is running 1,000 background apps, social media anxiety, financial worry, relationship drama. This creates heat, stress, and inflammation. The no-mind state. You force quit all unnecessary apps. The CPU usage drops to 1%. The energy formerly used by the ego software is now available for biological repair and universal connection. The silence behind the flute. In level 4, we listen to the flute, intuition. In level 5 no mind, even the flute stops. Pure awareness, you are simply there. Zero anticipation, you stop living in the next moment. You are fully crunched into the now. Implementation, the 5-second void. Ask the question, what will my next thought be? Wait, experience the brief gap of silence that follows as the brain stops searching. Expand the gap, stay in that silence for as long as possible. Don't fight thoughts, just ignore them like background traffic. The result, a feeling of coolness and spaciousness in the head. This is the biological signature of no mind. The Bio-Codex key. Wisdom is what remains when you stop thinking. 5.2.5 Conclusion. The stillness after the dance. The sound, level 5.1, has cleared the air. The silence, level 5.2, has cleared the self. The integrated void. Through the 4 states of consciousness, the oceanic merge, and the state of no mind, you have achieved the peak of the meditative journey. The system state. Your hardware is silent, level 1. Your energy is optimized, level 2. Your mind is detoxed, level 3. And your heart is open, level 4. The result. You are now a direct interface for the quantum field. The science of unity. Now that you have experienced the unity in meditation, we move to the final intellectual integration, the quantum physics of the Vedas. We will see how these ancient states of no mind align perfectly with the modern quantum vacuum. Next step. Explore the bridge between science and mystery in 5.3 Quantum Vedas. 5.3 Quantum Physics and the Vedas, the science of unity. The Anandamaya Kosha represents the intersection where ancient Vedic mysticism meets modern quantum biology. In this chapter, we decode the source code of the universe using the holographic principles of Indra's net and the cycles of the gunas. 5. Summary of crunched sources. This chapter has been synthesized from the following Bio-Codex entries. Quantum physics and Vedas, the convergence of light and consciousness. 10 avatars equals evolution, Darwinian evolution through a Vedic lens. Prana, food, air, sun, mapping the breathing cycle to the gunas. The cosmic economy, harmony as a mathematical requirement of existence. 5.3.1 Introduction, the science of unity. Modern physics is simply the Vedas written in the language of mathematics. The ancient seers were the first quantum biologists. The convergence. In level 5.3, we explore the final bridge between ancient mysticism and modern quantum science. The quantum field, what physicists call the zero-point field or the quantum vacuum. The Vedas call Brahman the field of infinite potential from which all stuff emerges. The holographic principle, the idea that information about the entire universe is contained in every single point. In the Vedas, this is described as Indra's net. From particles to patterns. The Bio-Codex views the human system not as a machine made of parts, but as a pattern made of frequencies. Entanglement. Life is a system of entangled waves. Your heart is entangled with your brain, and your system is entangled with the universe. Observation. The act of witnessing, level 5.2, literally collapses the wave function of your reality, turning infinite potential into dharmic action. We will decode the ancient stories of evolution and cycles through the lens of modern science. 5.3.2 Indra's net, the holographic universe. The ancient Vedic allegory of Indra's net is the most accurate description of a holographic universe ever recorded. The net of jewels. Visualize a vast net that stretches in all directions. At every node of the net, there is a polished jewel. The reflection. Each jewel reflects every other jewel in the net. The infinite loop. If you look into one jewel, you see all the others, and in those reflections, you see the reflections of the reflections, infinitely. The biological link. This is not just a poetic image, it is an operational reality. DNA as the jewel. Every cell in your body, level 1, contains the entire blueprint of your being. You don't have different DNA in your eye than in your toe. You have the same information expressed differently. Fractal health. Healing a single jewel, one part of your life, reflects into all other parts. This is why Bio-Yoga works. It targets the nodes of the net. Universal entanglement. Because you are a jewel in the universal net, your internal resonance, level for fifths, influences the net of your business, your family, and your environment. Implementation. The universal mirror. Identify a node. Pick a small area of your life that needs improvement. Visualize the reflection. See how that small area is a mirror of a larger pattern. E.g., a messy desk reflects a messy mind. Heal the fractal. Fix the small node with absolute Ananda and presence. The result. Watch how the energy of that specific fix reflects into the rest of your system. The Bio-Codex key. To change the world, you only need to change one jewel, yourself. 5.3.3 The 10 Avatars. A Biochronology of Evolution. While Level 4.1.3 looked at the avatars as emotional archetypes, Level 5.3 analyzes them as a scientific map of biological evolution. The evolutionary sequence. The Dashavatara perfectly mirrors the modern scientific timeline of life on Earth. Matsir, fish, origin in the water. The Cambrian explosion. Kermer, tortoise, the transition to dry land. Amphibians. Varahar, boar, the rise of mammals. Stabilizing the land. Narasimhar, man-lion, the emergence of the primitive hominid. The halfway point. Vermarner, dwarf, the emergence of modern human height and symbolic thought. Parashuramar, axe warrior, the tribal or agrarian stage of raw power. Ramar, ideal man, the emergence of social ethics and centralized order. Krishna, the player, the emergence of multidimensional intelligence and love. Buddho or Balararmar, the realization of pure consciousness. Kalki, the future golden mutation. The message of the map. The Bio-Codex teaches that evolution is purposeful, teleological. The goal: matter is evolving to become more transparent to consciousness. Your place: you are at the Krishna Buddho stage of the map. Your job is to facilitate the golden mutation in your own system so that the Kalki, the future or higher potential, can emerge. The Bio-Codex key: you aren't just an accident of chemistry, you are the leading edge of a 4 billion year divine project. 5.3 For the cosmic breath, cycles of the Gunas. In the Bio-Codex, the universe is not a thing. It is a process with a beginning, middle, and end. The Trinity of Physics. Everything from a single atom to a galaxy follows the Gunnar cycle. Rogers, creation, the Big Bang. The outward expansion of energy. In your life, the launch of a project, the inhalation of air. Sattva, maintenance, the steady state. The period of balance and health. In your life, high-performance flow, the retention of breath. Tamers, destruction to inertia, the big crunch. The withdrawal of energy. In your life, sleep, decay, the exhalation of air. The fourth state, Nirguna. Between the cycles of Rogers and Tamers, there is the quantum vacuum, Nirguna, the state of absolute potential where nothing is happening, but everything is possible. The mastery: to master level 5, you learn to inhabit the gap. You realize that you are the witness, Nirguna, of the cycles, not the cycles themselves. Implementation: the Gunnar calibration. Identify the phase. What phase is your business or body currently in? Rogers, expanding, hiring you action. Sattva, optimizing, a polishing, a stabilizing. Tamers, resting, deleting, a clearing. Harmonize with the phase. Don't try to create. Rogers, when the system is in exhalation. Tamers. Respect the cycle. The result: you avoid friction and burnout. You move with the cosmic breath. The Bio-Codex key: you don't fight the tide, you learn the schedule. 5.3.5 Conclusion: the end of separation. When the scientist and the sage finally meet, they realize they have been looking at the same thing from different sides of the mountain. The final integration. Through Indra's net, the biochronology of the avatars, and the cycles of the gunas, you have bridges the gap between your biological experience and the universal laws of physics. The intelligence: you no longer feel like an alien in a cold universe. You see the operational logic everywhere. The result: the fear of death and randomness, level 3 anxiety, is replaced by the security of data. You know the system is optimized. The doorway to transcendence. The intellectual understanding of unity is the final preparation for the experience of transcendence. We move now to the very last chapter of the Bio-Codex, the state of the Jivan-Mukta, the liberated soul. Next step: reach the final destination in 5 point for transcendence. 5 point for transcendence and liberation, the ultimate goal. In the final chapter of the Bio-Codex, we reach the state of transcendence, moksha. This is the beginning of a life lived in superconsciousness, where the limitations of the biological system no longer restrict the expansion of the soul. The journey to moksha. 5.4.1 Introduction: the Jivan-Mukta. 5.4.2 The Trimurti, the cycle of power. 5.4.3 The Barlar-Kandar, seeds of the new world. 5.4.4 Conclusion: live in Ananda. 5. Summary of crunched sources. This chapter has been synthesized from the following Bio-Codex entries. Barlar-Kandar, the seeds of consciousness and the beginning of the path. Trimurti, manifestation, maintenance, and liberation. Transcendence, overcoming biological limitations. The Golden Avatar, Chaitanya as the model for the future human. Congratulations! You have completed the Vedic Bio-Codex. Your hardware is stable, your energy is flowing, and your soul is awake. 5.4.1 Introduction: the Jivan-Mukta state. To be in the world, but not of it. To inhabit the biological frame while residing in the infinite field. This is moksha. The final destination. The Bio-Codex journey has reached its peak. Moksha, liberation, is traditionally viewed as something that happens after death. But in the Bio-Codex, we focus on Jivan-Mukta liberation while living. The sovereign presence: you no longer act out of lack or fear. You act as a sovereign being, level 4, who is connected to the infinite, level 5. The end of the sandbox: you realize that life is a sandbox environment, Leela, for the soul. You play the game with 100% intensity but 0% attachment to the outcome. The transcendent biology. At this final stage, your biology is no longer a cage. Transparent Koshas, the 5 layers: foundation, flow, detox, knowledge, bliss, and now perfectly aligned. Light, consciousness, flows through them with 0 resistance. Superconscious health: You achieve a state where your body's self-repair mechanisms, level 1/2, are always at 100% capacity because you are no longer draining the battery with stress, level 3/4. We will explore the seeds of this journey and the final master reset of the Trimurti. 5.4.2 The Trimurti, the cycle of infinite power. To live in a state of transcendence, you must master the three aspects of the Trimurti, the three management functions of the universe. The three departments. Brahma, the creator, the power to manifest new realities. Bio-Codex application, your ability to invent, start projects, and generate new biological cells. Vishnu, the sustainer, the power to maintain health, wealth, and order. Bio-Codex application, your ability to preserve your ojas, level 4, maintain your vastu, level 1, and protect your dharma. Shiva, the liberator, destroyer, the power to let go and reset. Bio-Codex application, your ability to sleep, to detox, level 3, to delete old malware scripts, and eventually, to leave the body with grace. The balanced game. Most leaders are Brahma heavy, only creating, or Vishnu heavy, only maintaining. This leads to stagnation or burnout. The master state, you balance all three. You create with joy, maintain with ease, and destroy with wisdom. The 0-point reset. You use the Shiva energy to periodically reset your entire system to 0, allowing the Brahma energy to start fresh without the baggage of the past. Implementation. The Trimurti audit. At the end of every day, project a cycle. What was created, Brahma? Acknowledge the birth of new ideas or things. What was protected, Vishnu? Acknowledge what parts of your health or system you maintained. What was deleted, Shiva? What old thoughts, habits, or files did you let go of? The result, you remain light and current. You never accumulate karma silt. The Bio-Codex key. To live forever, you must be willing to die, reset, every day. 5.4.3 The Barlar Candor, the seeds of a new world. In the Ramayana, the journey begins with the Barlar Candor, the chapter of childhood and potential. In level 5.4, this represents the seed of a new consciousness that you have successfully planted. The fruition of the code. You began this book with a physical body, level 1, and a racing mind, level 3. You end as a coherent system. The bija, seed, the initial desire for health and truth. The later, creeper, the growth of your practice and understanding. The pharla, fruit, the golden mutation where you no longer seek happiness, you radiate it. The multidimensional leader. As a Jivan Muktar, you are now a leader who operates in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Level 1, you are grounded and strong. Level 2, you are vibrant and flowing. Level 3, you are focused and detached. Level 4, you are wise and loving. Level 5, you are connected to the source. The result. You become an avatar in your own life. Your presence alone becomes a reserner, rejuvenation, for everyone you meet. Your business projects succeed because they are in dharmic resonance with the universe. The Bio-Codex key. The end of the book is the beginning of the real play. 5.4.4 Conclusion. Live in Ananda. Congratulations! You have completed the Vedic Bio-Codex. Your hardware is stable, your energy is flowing, and your soul is awake. The final blueprint. You now possess the complete user manual for the human system. Manomaya. Clear the virus. Vijnanamaya. Update the algorithm. Anandamaya. Ascend to the field. The instruction is simple. The final instruction of the Bio-Codex is not a technique or a rule. It is a state of being. Live in Ananda, bliss. Don't settle. If you feel lack, fear, or pain, check your system. Which level is out of alignment? Reset it. The shared bliss. The highest bliss is found in savor, service, using your high-performance system to uplift others. The eternal return. The Bio-Codex is not a linear line. It is a circle. Every day, you return to your level 1 foundation, work through your level 2 a 3.0 for challenges, and find your level 5 peace. Live with power. Live with purpose. Live in the dance. The Bio-Codex key. You are the player, the game, and the creator of the game. Enjoy the Leela.